The Red and the Black, a chronicle of the 19th century by Stendhal. Chapter 1. A Small Town. Put thousands together, less bad, but the cage less gay. Hobbes. Verrières is no doubt one of the prettiest small towns in Franche-Comté. Its white houses with their steep red-tiled roofs are spread out over a hillside, the slightest contours of which are marked by clumps of hardy chestnuts. The Doubs flows a few hundred feet below the town's fortifications, built long ago by the Spanish and now in ruins. Verrières is sheltered on the north by a high mountain chain, a spur of the Jura. The Verra's jagged peaks are covered with snow from the first cold days in October. A torrent that gushes from the mountain runs through Verrières before plunging into the Doubs and supplies the power for the numerous sawmills. A simple industry, this provides a measure of well-being for the majority of inhabitants, more peasant than burgher. It was not, however, sawmills that made this town rich. It is to the manufacture of calico, so-called Mulhouse cloth, that it owes the general affluence which, since Napoleon's fall, has put a new facade on nearly every house in Verrières. As soon as you enter the town, you are stunned by the racket from a noisy machine, an awful-looking thing. 20 heavy hammers, falling with a noise that shakes the pavement, are lifted by a water wheel set in motion by the torrent. Each of these hammers turns out daily I don't know how many thousands of nails. Fresh and pretty girls present to the blows of these enormous hammers the little iron scraps that are quickly turned into nails. This work, apparently so hard, is one of the occupations that most impress the traveller who ventures for the first time into the mountains separating France from Switzerland. If, on coming into Verrières, the traveller inquires as to who owns the fine nail factory that deafens everyone who passes up the main street, he will be told in a drawling accent, it belongs to the mayor." Though the travellers stop for only a few minutes on the main street of Verrières, which runs from the bank of the Doubs nearly to the top of the hill, it is 100 to 1 he will see a tall man, looking busy and important, make his appearance. At the sight of him, all hats are quickly raised. His hair is greying, and he is dressed in grey. He is a knight of several orders. He has a high forehead, an aquiline nose, and on the whole his face is rather well proportioned. On first impression it even seems to combine the dignity of a small-town mayor with the kind of charm that one may still find in a man of 48 or 50. But the visitor from Paris is soon taken aback by his smug and conceited air, compounded with a hint of narrowness and lack of imagination. One senses before long that this man's chief talent is to make his debtors pay him exactly on time, and to pay his own debts as late as possible. Such is the mayor of Verrières, Monsieur de Rênal. After crossing the street at a solemn pace, he goes into the town hall and passes from the traveller's sight. But if the latter continues his stroll 100 yards up the hill, he will see a fine house, and through the adjoining wrought-iron gates, its magnificent gardens. Beyond lie the hills of Burgundy, which mark the horizon, and seem to have been created for the sole purpose of pleasing the eye. This view helps our traveller to forget the town's foul atmosphere of petty concern about money, which has begun to stifle him. He is told that this house belongs to Monsieur de Rênal. It is to the profits from his big nail factory that the mayor is indebted for this handsome freestone residence, which he has just finished building. His family, they say, is Spanish, very old, and so, they say, was settled in the region long before Louis XIV conquered it. Since 1815 he has been ashamed of being a factory owner. 1815 made him mayor of Verrières. The retaining walls that support the various levels of the magnificent garden, which terrace by terrace runs down to the Doubs, are also a reward for Monsieur de Rênal's skill in the iron business. Do not for a moment expect to find in France those picturesque gardens that surround the factory towns of Germany, Leipzig, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, etc. In Franche-Comté, the more walls a man builds, the more his property bristles with stones piled one on top of the other. the greater the right he will have to his neighbour's respect. Monsieur de Rênal's gardens, though full of walls, are admired even more because he bought, for their weight in gold, certain small patches of the land they cover. For instance, that sawmill whose odd location on the bank of the Doubs struck you as you came into Verrières, and above which you noticed the name Sorel, written in gigantic letters on a sign that rises above the roof. 6 years ago, it occupied the site on which they are now raising the wall for the 4th terrace of Monsieur de Rênal's garden. His pride notwithstanding, the mayor was obliged to make many overtures to the hard, stubborn old peasant. He had to count out many a fine gold louis before Sorel would agree to move his mill elsewhere. As for the public stream that operated the saw, Monsieur de Rênal, by using the influence he enjoys in Paris, managed to have its course changed. He was granted this favour after the election of 1820. For 1 acre he gave Sorel 500 yards lower down on the bank of the Doubs, and though this location was much better suited to the manufacture of pine board, Père Sorel, as they call him now that he is rich, found the way to extort an additional 6,000 francs from the impatience and mania for owning property that goaded his neighbour. True, the deal was criticised by all the local wiseacres. Once, it happened on a Sunday 4 years ago, as Monsieur de Rênal was returning home from church, dressed in his garb of office, he caught sight of old Sorel at a distance, flanked by his 3 sons, and watching him with a smile on his face. That smile shone a deadly light into the mayor's soul. He began to think he could have made a better bargain. In order to win public esteem in Verrières, the essential is never to adopt, though you build ever so many walls, any design brought from Italy by those masons who in springtime come through the passes of the Jura on their way to Paris. Such an innovation would give the rash builder an undying reputation for wrong-headedness, and he would be ruined forever in those circles of solid and conservative citizens who grant respectability in Franche-Comté. The influence of the solid citizen there is, in fact, one of the most irksome kinds of despotism imaginable. Because of this wretched word, life in a small town is unbearable for anyone who has lived in that great republic we call Paris. The tyranny of opinion, and what an opinion, is just as stupid in the small towns of France as it is in the United States of America. Chapter 2. A Mayor. Social importance? Sir, do you think it counts for nothing? It earns the respect of fools, the amazement of children, the rich man's envy, the philosopher's scorn. Barnave. Happily for Monsieur de Rênal's reputation as an administrator, a huge supporting wall was needed for the public promenade, which rounds the hill 100 feet or so above the course of the Doubs. Thanks to this wonderful site, it affords one of the most picturesque views in France. But every spring, rainwater cut channels across the avenue, hollowed out gullies, and made it unusable. This inconvenience, suffered by everyone, lay Monsieur de Rênal under the happy obligation of immortalizing his name by means of a wall 20 feet high and 60 or 80 yards long. The wall's parapet, on account of which Monsieur de Rênal had to make 3 trips to Paris, since the next to last Minister of the Interior had declared himself the mortal enemy of Verrières, promenade, now rises 4 feet above the ground. And as if in defiance of all ministers, past and present, it is at this moment being topped with slabs of hewn stone. How often, as I leaned over those great stone blocks of a beautiful blue-grey, dreaming about the ballrooms of Paris which I had abandoned only the night before, how often my gaze had plunged into the valley of the Doubs. Beyond it, on the left bank, there are 5 or 6 winding valleys, in the depths of which the eye may easily discern a number of small streams. After having coursed from waterfall to waterfall, they may be seen pouring into the Doubs. The sun is hot in these mountains. When it stands directly overhead, the traveller's meditation is shielded on this terrace by a stand of magnificent sycamores. Their rapid growth and their handsome bluish foliage are both due to the topsoil his honour the mayor had brought in and piled up behind his immense retaining wall. For despite the town council's opposition, He widened the promenade by more than 6 feet. Even though he is ultra-conservative and I am a liberal, I give him credit for it. That is why, in his opinion, and in that of Monsieur Valenod, the happy director of Verrières' workhouse, this terrace will bear comparison with the one at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Personally, I have only one thing to find fault with in Fidelity Drive. You see the official name in 15 or 20 different places, on marble plaques that have won Monsieur de Rênal still another cross. What I object to about Fidelity Drive is the barbaric way the authorities have those hardy sycamores clipped and trimmed down to the quick. Instead of looking like the most vulgar plant in the vegetable patch, with their low, round, flattened heads, all they ask is to be left to grow into those magnificent shapes they assume in England. But the mayor's will is despotic, and twice a year all the trees belonging to the commune are mercilessly lopped. The liberals of the place claim, they exaggerate of course, that the official gardener's hand has grown much heavier since the vicar Maslon took the habit of appropriating the clippings. This young cleric was sent down from Besançon some time ago to keep an eye on Father Chelin and other priests in the vicinity. An old surgeon major who had served in Italy, retired to Verrières, and who in his days had been, according to the mayor, Jacobin and Bonapartist at the same time, dared complain to him one day about the periodic mutilation of those fine trees. "I like shade," replied Monsieur de Rênal with the hint of arrogance that is appropriate when one is speaking to a surgeon, member of the Legion of Honor. "I like shade. I have my trees clipped so they will give shade, and I cannot imagine what else a tree was made for if, unlike the useful walnut, it doesn't bring in anything." There you have the catchword that settles everything in Verrières. Bring in something. It sums up the thinking of 3/4 of the population. Bring in something is the logic that determines every move in this small town, which struck you as being so pretty. The stranger who comes here, charmed by the deep, cool valleys that surround it, imagines at first that the inhabitants must be sensitive to the beautiful. How they go on about the beauty of their province. There's no denying that they think a great deal of it, but only because it attracts a number of tourists whose money enriches the innkeepers, and so, through the machinery of the tax system, brings in something for the town. It was a fine autumn day, and Monsieur de Rênal was out for a walk on Fidelity Drive with his wife on his arm. While she listened to her husband, who spoke with a grave air, Madame de Rênal was anxiously following the movements of 3 small boys out of the corner of her eye. The eldest, who might be 11, kept going over to the parapet as though he meant to climb up on it. A gentle voice would pronounce the name Adolphe, and the child would give over his ambitious project. Madame de Rênal appeared to be about 30, but still very pretty. "That fine gentleman from Paris may well live to regret it," Monsieur de Rênal was saying with an offended air, his cheeks even paler than usual. "I still have a few friends at the chateau." But though it is my intention to tell you about life in the provinces for some 200 pages, I will not be so barbarous as to inflict on you the long-windedness and witty turns of a provincial dialogue. That fine gentleman from Paris, so obnoxious to the mayor of Verrières, was none other than Monsieur Appert, who 2 days before had found a way of getting into not only the prison and the workhouse of Verrières, but the hospital as well, which was directed gratis by the mayor and the chief property owners of the vicinity. "But," said Madame de Rênal timidly, "what harm can this gentleman from Paris do you, since you administer the poor fund with the most scrupulous honesty?" "He has come for the sole purpose of finding fault. Afterwards he will write articles for the liberal newspapers." "You never read them, my dear?" "But people tell us about those Jacobin articles, all that distracts us and keeps us from doing good. As for myself, I will never forgive the curé." Chapter 3. The Welfare of the Poor. A virtuous priest who does not meddle is a godsend for a village. Fleury. It must be explained that the curé of Verrières, a man 80 years old, who, thanks to our bracing mountain air, possessed an iron constitution and character, had a right to visit the prison, the hospital, and even the workhouse at any hour. Monsieur Appert, who came to the curé with a letter of recommendation from Paris, had had the foresight to arrive in a meddlesome little town at precisely 6 o'clock in the morning. He went at once to the rectory. As he read the letter from the Marquis de la Mole, a peer of France and the wealthiest landowner in the province, Father Chélan paused thoughtfully. "I am old and well liked here," he whispered to himself at length. "They wouldn't dare." His eyes shining despite extreme old age, with a sacred fire that declared his delight in doing a fine deed involving some risk, he then turned to the gentleman from Paris. "Come with me, sir, but please be so good as not to make any comment in the presence of the turnkey, and especially of the workhouse supervisors, about anything we see." Monsieur Appert realized that he had to do with a man of heart. Following the venerable curé, he visited the prison, the clinic, and the workhouse, asked many questions, and, notwithstanding some odd answers, never showed the least sign of disapproval. The visit lasted several hours. The curé invited Monsieur Appert to dine, but the latter excused himself on grounds that he had letters to write. He had no wish to compromise his generous friend any further. Around 3 o'clock, the gentlemen went to complete their inspection of the workhouse, and afterward returned to the prison. There at the door they found the jailer, a bow-legged giant 6 feet tall, whose ignoble countenance had grown hideous from the effects of terror. "Ah, sir," he said to the curé, as soon as he caught sight of him, "this gentleman I see there with you, isn't he Monsieur Appert?" "What if he is?" "Since yesterday I have the strictest orders, and the prefect sent a gendarme who must have ridden all night, not to allow Monsieur Appert in the prison." "I assure you, Monsieur Noiroux," said the curé, "that the traveller with me is indeed Monsieur Appert. And do you acknowledge my right to enter the prison at any hour of the day or night, and to bring with me anyone I please?" "Yes, Monsieur le Curé," said the jailer in a subdued voice, lowering his head like a bulldog that obeys unwillingly for fear of the stick. "Only, Monsieur le Curé, I have a wife and children. If I am reported, they will fire me. I have nothing to live on except my job." "I should be just as sorry to lose mine," replied the good father, his voice growing more and more agitated. "It's not the same thing," the jailer answered hotly. "You, Monsieur le Curé, everyone knows you have an income of 800 francs from good landed property." Such are the facts which, commented on, distorted in 20 different ways, had been stirring up all the hateful passions of the town of Verrières for the past 2 days. At the moment they served as the subject for a little discussion Monsieur de Rênal was having with his wife. That morning, followed by Monsieur Valenod, the director of the workhouse, he had been to see the curé in order to express his most lively displeasure. Monsieur Chélan had no one to protect him. He felt the full weight of everything they said. "Very well, gentlemen, I will be the 3rd priest 80 years old to have been dismissed in this region. I have been here for 56 years. I have baptized most of the people in the town, which was only a village when I first came. Every day I marry our young people, whose grandparents I married a long time ago. Verrières is my family, but the fear of leaving it will not make me compromise with my conscience, nor accept any other guide for my conduct. I said to myself when I saw the stranger, this man who has come from Paris may well be a liberal. There are only too many of them. But what harm can he do our poor and our prisoners?" Monsieur de Rênal's reproaches, and especially those of Monsieur Valenod, director of the workhouse, becoming more and more biting, the old priest cried out in a trembling voice, "Very well, gentlemen, have me dismissed. That won't keep me staying on here. As everyone knows, I inherited a field 48 years ago, which brings me 800 francs a year. I will live on that income. I, sirs, have not used my position to line my pockets. Perhaps that is why I am not so frightened as some when there is talk of taking it away from me." Monsieur de Rênal got along very well with his wife, but not knowing how to reply to her notion, which she repeated timidly, "What harm can that gentleman from Paris do the prisoners?" He was on the point of losing his temper, When she let out a scream, her second eldest son had just climbed up onto the parapet of the terrace wall and was running along it, even though this wall rose more than 20 feet above the vineyard on the other side. The fear of frightening her son and causing him to fall stopped her from speaking to him. In time, the child, laughing at his own prowess, looked towards his mother, and seeing how pale she was, jumped down to the promenade and ran to her. He was thoroughly scolded. This little incident changed the course of the conversation. "I am set on taking Sorel into my service, the carpenter's son," said Monsieur de Rênal. "He will look after the children who are getting too devilish for us. He's a young priest, or almost, a good Latinist, and he will make the children learn their lessons, for he has a strong character, the curé says. I will give him 300 francs and board. I had some doubt about his morals, since he was the pet of that old surgeon, the member of the Legion of Honor, who, claiming to be their cousin, took his room and board at the Sorels. That man might very well have been a secret agent for the Liberals. He said our mountaineer helped his asthma, but that has never been proved. He had been on all of Bonaparte's campaigns in Italy, and had even, they say, voted no to the Empire in the old days. That Liberal taught the Sorel boy his Latin and left him the pile of books he brought with him. For that reason I would never have dreamed of putting the carpenter's son in charge of our children. But the curé, just the night before the scene that has made us enemies for life, told me that Sorel has been studying theology for the past 3 years with the intention of going into the seminary. So he is not a Liberal, and he is a Latinist. This arrangement suits me in more ways than one, Monsieur de Rênal continued, looking at his wife with the air of a diplomat. Valenod is proud as he can be of the 2 fine Normans he just bought for his calash, but his children have no tutor. He might take this one away from us. You approve of my plan, then? Said Monsieur de Rênal, thanking his wife with a smile for the wise observation she had just made. There, it's all settled. Heavens, my dear, how quickly you made up your mind. That's because I have character, as the curé has good reason to know. There's no denying it, we're surrounded here by Liberals. All those cloth dealers envy me, I'm certain of it. 2 or 3 are on the way to being millionaires. Well, I should rather like them to see Monsieur de Rênal's children passing by, out for a walk in the care of their tutor. It will make an impression. My grandfather used often to tell us how, when he was young, he had a tutor. It could cost me 100 écus, but we should put it down as an expense necessary to keep up our position. This sudden decision left Madame de Rênal deeply thoughtful. She was a tall, shapely woman, who had been the belle of the province, as they say in the mountains. She had a certain air of simplicity about her and a girlish walk. Her artless grace, so full of innocence and vivacity, might well set a Parisian to dreaming of a gentle passion. If she knew she had this kind of success, Madame de Rênal would have been thoroughly ashamed. Neither coquetry nor affectation had ever found a way into that heart. Monsieur Valenod, the wealthy director of the workhouse, was said to have courted her, but unsuccessfully. This cast an extraordinary lustre over her virtue. For this Monsieur Valenod, a tall, rough-hewn young man with a florid complexion and big black sideburns, was one of those coarse, bold, and loud fellows who in the provinces are called fine men. Extremely shy, and apparently very unstable, Madame de Rênal was especially offended by Monsieur Valenod's loud voice and his continual moving around. Her aversion for what in Verrières is called a good time had earned her a reputation for being proud of her birth. She never gave it a thought, but had been more than glad to see the townsmen paying her fewer calls. We will not hide the fact that she passed for a simpleton in the eyes of their ladies, because, not knowing how to manage her husband, she let slip all the best opportunities to make him buy her some of the fine hats from Paris or from Besançon. Provided she was left alone to wander in her beautiful garden, she never complained. She was a naive soul who had never presumed so far as to judge her husband, or admit to herself that he bored her. She supposed, without saying so, that there could be no tenderer relationship between husband and wife. She especially liked Monsieur de Rênal when he told her about his plans for their children, one of whom he had slated for the army, the second for the bench, and the third for the church. In short, she found Monsieur de Rênal far less tiresome than all the other men of her acquaintance. This wifely esteem was not unwarranted. The mayor of Verrières owed his reputation for wit, and above all for good tone, to half a dozen amusing stories he had inherited from an uncle. The old Captain de Rênal had served in the Duke of Orléans' infantry regiment before the Revolution, and whenever he went to Paris he was admitted to the prince's drawing-rooms. There he had seen Madame de Montesson, the famous Madame de Genry, Monsieur Ducrest, the inventor of the Palais Royal. These characters turned up only too often in Monsieur de Rênal's anecdotes. But little by little the effort of recalling things so tricky to recount had become a labour for him, and for some time he had been in the habit of repeating his anecdotes relative to the House of Orléans only on important occasions. Since he was, moreover, very polite, except when money was being discussed, he passed, and rightly so, for the most aristocratic of Verrières' notables. Chapter 4. Father and Son. Et sera mia culpa se così? Machiavelli. My wife really has a head on her shoulders, the mayor of Verrières remarked to himself the next day at 6 in the morning as he walked down to Père Sorel's mill. Though I told her it would be a way of keeping up my social position, still it never occurred to me that if I don't hire this little Abbé Sorel, who they say knows his Latin like an angel, the director of the workhouse, meddler that he is, might very well think of it himself and snatch him away. What airs he would put on when he talked about his children's tutor! Once he is mine, will this tutor wear a cassock? Monsieur de Rênal was mulling over this question when, from a distance, he saw a peasant, a man close to 6 feet tall, who seemed to have been busy from the crack of dawn measuring the lengths of timber that had been dumped beside the dubs along the towpath. The peasant did not look very happy to see the mayor approaching, since his pieces of wood obstructed the path and had been dumped there in violation of the law. Père Sorel, for it was he, was very surprised and even more pleased by the odd proposition Monsieur de Rênal made him with regard to his son Julien. He listened to it none the less with the same air of sad discontent and indifference, by which the inhabitants of those mountains know so well how to hide their cunning. Slaves in the time of the Spanish domination, they have retained this trait of the Egyptian fellah's character. Sorel's answer was at first nothing but a long recitation of all the formulas of respect he knew by heart. During the whole time he kept repeating such idle phrases, with an awkward smile that heightened the air of falseness, almost roguishness, that was natural to his features. The old peasant's active mind was trying to discover the reason which could induce such an important man to take his good-for-nothing son into his house. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with Julien, and it was for Julien that Monsieur de Rênal was offering him the unhoped-for wage of 300 francs a year, with board and even clothing. This last condition, which Père Sorel had had the genius to put forward suddenly, had been just as quickly agreed to by Monsieur de Rênal. The mayor was impressed by this demand. Since Sorel is not delighted and overwhelmed by my proposition, as he naturally should be, it is clear, he surmised, that he's had an offer from another party, but from whom, if not Valenod? To no avail, Monsieur de Rênal pushed Sorel to close the deal on the spot. The wily old peasant stubbornly refused. He wanted, he said, to talk it over with his son, as though in the provinces a rich father ever consulted a penniless son about anything, except as a matter of form. A water-powered sawmill consists of a shed at the edge of a stream. The roof is supported by a framework that rests on 4 big wooden pillars. One may observe the saw itself in the middle of the shed, some 8 or 10 feet in the air, going up and down, while another very simple device pushes a length of wood against it. A wheel set in motion by the stream drives this dual mechanism, the saw which moves up and down, and the device that gently nudges the log toward the saw, which cuts it into boards. As he went over to his mill, Père Sorel called out to Julien in a stentorian voice, There was no answer. He saw only his elder sons, young giants who were using heavy axes to square the fir trunks they would later carry over to the saw. They were deeply engrossed in trying to keep exactly to the black marks traced on the timber. At every blow of the axe, they would cut off enormous chips. They didn't hear their father. The latter headed toward the mill. On entering it, he looked in vain for Julien at the spot where he was supposed to be, beside the saw. He caught sight of him 5 or 6 feet higher up, astride one of the beams. Instead of tending carefully to the operation of the machine, Julien was reading. Nothing could have been more distasteful to old Sorel. He might have forgiven him his slender build, not much good for hard work and so different from that of his brothers, but this mania for reading was positively hateful to him. He himself couldn't read. He called to Julien 3 or 4 times without result. The young man's concentration on his book, even more than the noisy saw, prevented him from hearing his father's terrible voice. Finally, in spite of his age, the latter jumped up nimbly onto the log being put through the saw, and from there onto the cross-beam that supported the roof. A violent blow sent the book Julian held flying into the stream. Another blow, just as violent, a cuff laid against his head, knocked him off balance. He was about to drop 12 or 15 feet into the moving gears of the machine, which would have crushed him, but as he fell, his father caught him with his left hand. "So good for nothing, you'll keep on reading your damn books when you're supposed to be watching the saw. Read in the evening when you go and waste your time at the curé's house. A fine thing." Julien, though dazed by the blow and all bloody, moved over to his official post by the saw. He had tears in his eyes, less from physical pain than for the loss of his book, which he adored. "Come down, animal. I want to talk to you." Again the noise of the machine kept Julien from hearing the order. His father, having descended and unwilling to go to the trouble of climbing up on the machine again, found a long pole used for knocking down walnuts, and struck him on the shoulder with it. Julien was hardly on the ground when old Sorel, pushing him roughly before him, drove him toward the house. "God knows what he'll do to me," the young man said to himself. As he passed it, he looked sadly into the stream where his book had fallen. Of all his books, it was the one he prized most, the Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène. His cheeks were crimson, his eyes downcast. He was a small, weak-looking young man, between 18 and 19, with irregular but delicate features and an aquiline nose. His big, dark eyes, which in quiet moments revealed a reflective and passionate nature, were at the moment animated by an expression of the fiercest hatred. Dark brown hair, growing very low, gave him a narrow forehead, and in moments of anger a wicked look. Among the countless variations of the human physiognomy, there is probably none distinguished by a more striking particularity. A slim but well-proportioned body suggested agility rather than strength. When he was a child, his extremely pensive air and extraordinary pallor made his father think he would not survive, or live only to be a burden to his family. Looked down upon by everyone in the house, he hated his brothers and his father. At the Sunday games on the public square, he was always beaten. It was less than a year since his good looks had begun to win him a few partisan voices among the girls. Despised by everyone as a weakling, Julien had worshipped the old surgeon-major who had dared to speak to the mayor about the sycamores. From time to time, this surgeon used to pay Père Sorel a day's wages for his son, and teach him Latin and history. That is to say, the history he knew, the campaign of 1796 in Italy. When he was dying, he willed him his Legion of Honor cross, the arrears of his half-pension, and 30 or 40 volumes, the most precious of which had just plunged into the public stream, diverted by the mayor's influence. Barely inside the house, Julien was stopped short by his father's powerful hand on his shoulder. He trembled, waiting for the blows to fall. "Answer me without lying," the hard-voiced old peasant shouted into his ear, as he turned him around with his hand as a child turns a lead soldier. Julien's great dark eyes, filled with tears, confronted the small, mean, grey eyes of the old carpenter, who looked as though he meant to read the very depths of his soul. Chapter 5. A Bargain. cunctando restituit rem. Ennius. Answer me without lying, if you can, worthless bookworm. How come you know Madame de Rênal? When did you speak to her?
I have never spoken to her, answered Julien. I have never seen the lady, except at church.
You must have looked at her, then, brazen scoundrel.
Never. You know that in church I see none but God, replied Julien with a hypocritical little air, just right, so he thought, to keep off another cuffing.
Just the same, there's something behind all this, replied the sharp peasant, and he was silent a while. But I'll never find out anything from you, damned sneak. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be rid of you, and my saw will work all the better for it. You've won over the curé or someone else who has found a good job for you. Pack up, and I'll take you to Monsieur de Rênal's house, where you are to be the tutor for his children.
What will I get for that?
Board, clothes, and 300 francs wages.
I won't be a servant.
Animal! Who said anything about being a servant? Would I want my son to be a servant?
But with whom shall I eat?
The question caught old Sorel off guard. He sensed that if he went on talking he might say something ill-advised. He lost his temper and heaped Julien with abuse, accusing him of greediness, then left to consult his other sons. Julien saw them soon afterwards, each leaning on his axe and giving counsel. After having watched them for a long while without being able to make out anything they said, Julien stationed himself on the other side of the mill to avoid being surprised. He wanted to think over the unexpected announcement that had changed his fate, but he felt incapable of solid reasoning. His imagination was too busy picturing what he would see in Monsieur de Rênal's fine house.
I will give up all that, he thought, rather than lower myself to eating with the servants. My father will try to force me. I'd sooner die. I have 15 francs, 8 sous, saved up. I'll run away tonight. In 2 days on the side roads, where I won't have to worry about police, I'll be in Besançon. There I'll enlist as a soldier, and if I have to, I'll cross over into Switzerland. But if that's the case, no hope for advancement, an end to my ambition. No hope for the priesthood either. A fine profession that can open any door.
This horror of eating with the servants was not instinctive with Julien. In order to make his fortune, he would have done far more disagreeable things than that. He had borrowed this aversion from Rousseau's Confessions. It was the only book by which his imagination had formed any idea of society. A collection of the bulletins of the Grand Army and the Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène completed his Koran. He would have died for those 3 works. He had no faith in any other. Following the old Sergeant Major's lead, he regarded all the other books in the world as lies, written by cheats for the sake of getting ahead. Besides a fiery soul, Julien had one of those amazing memories that so often go hand in hand with foolishness. To win over old Father Chelin, on whom he saw clearly that his whole future depended, he had memorized the whole New Testament in Latin. He also knew the book Du Pape by Monsieur de Maistre, and believed as little in the one as in the other. As if by mutual consent, Sorel and his son avoided speaking to one another that day. Toward nightfall, Julien went to the curé's house for his lesson in theology, but he judged it would be wise not to tell him anything about the odd proposition someone had made his father.
It may be a trap. I should pretend to have forgotten all about it.
Early the next morning, Monsieur de Rênal sent for old Sorel, who, after making him wait for an hour or 2, finally showed up, and beginning at the door made 100 excuses interspersed with as many bows. By dint of working through all kinds of objections, Sorel reached an understanding that his son was to eat with the master and the mistress of the house, and on days when there was company, in a room apart with the children. Always more disposed to cavil in proportion as he detected a genuine eagerness on the mayor's part, and otherwise full of suspicion and awe, Sorel asked to see the room where his son would sleep. It was a large room and very decently furnished. The servants were already busy moving the 3 children's beds into it. After this visit, the old peasant saw things in a different light. Reassured, he asked at once to see the outfit his son would be given. Monsieur de Rênal opened his desk and took out 100 francs. "With this money, your son will go to Monsieur Durand, the draper, and pick up a black suit." And even if I should decide to take him back home again, said the old peasant suddenly, forgetting all his ceremonious forms of respect, will he keep this black suit? Of course. Fine, fine, said old Sorel in a drawling voice. Then there's only one thing left to settle. The money you mean to pay him. What? Shouted Monsieur de Rênal indignantly. We agreed on that yesterday. I will give 300 francs. I think that's a great deal. Perhaps too much. That was your offer. I won't deny it, said old Sorel, speaking even more slowly. Then, with the inspiration of genius, something that will astonish only those who do not know the peasants of Franche-Comté, he added, looking Monsieur de Rênal straight in the eye, "We can do better." At these words, the mayor's face dropped. He recovered himself, however, and after a weighty conversation, 2 good hours long, in which not a word was left to chance, the peasant's shrewdness won out over that of a rich man, who had no need of it to live. All the numerous articles that were to regulate Julien's new life had been given final shape. Not only was his salary set at 400 francs, but it was to be paid in advance on the 1st of each month. "Very well, I will advance him 35 francs, said Monsieur de Rênal. "Surely a rich and generous man like our mayor," said the peasant in a wheedling tone, "will make it 36 francs, just to round off the sum." "Agreed," said Monsieur de Rênal, "but let that be the end of it." For the moment anger lent firmness to his tone. The peasant saw it was time to stop taking the lead. Then Monsieur de Rênal made progress. Under no circumstances was he willing to hand over the first month's pay of 36 francs to old Sorel, more than willing to accept it for his son. Monsieur de Rênal happened to think that he would be obliged to tell his wife all about the role he had played in this transaction. "Give me back the 100 francs I handed you," he said testily. "Monsieur Durand owes me something. I will go with your son to pick out the black cloth." After this show of energy, Sorel beat a prudent retreat to his formulas of respect. They took up a quarter of an hour. Eventually, seeing that there was really nothing more to be gained, he withdrew. His last bow ended on these words, "I'll send my son up to the chateau." Those who lived under the mayor's administration referred thus to his house when they wanted to please him. When he returned to his mill, Sorel looked for his son in vain. Wary of what might happen, Julien had gone out in the middle of the night. He wanted to put his books and Legion of Honor cross in a safe place. He had moved everything to the house of his friend Fouquet, a young wood dealer who lived on the high mountain that overlooked Verrières. When he turned up again, his father said to him, "God knows, damned good-for-nothing, if you will have enough sense of honor to repay me the price of your board, which I have been advancing these many years, take your rags and go on over to the mayor's house." Astonished not to get a beating, Julien left in a hurry, but hardly out of sight of his terrible father, he slackened his pace. He judged that it would further the ends of his hypocrisy to stop for a while at the church. The word surprises you? Before coming to this horrible word, the young peasant's soul had to cover a lot of ground. When he was still a child, the sight of some dragoons from the 6th, in long white cloaks and helmets topped with long black crests made of horsehair, on their way back from Italy, and whom he saw tying up their horses at the grated window of his father's house, had driven Julien wild for a military career. Later on, he would listen enraptured to the accounts the old surgeon-major gave him of the battles of the bridge of Lodi, of Arcolet, of Rivoli. He noted the fiery look in the old man's eyes when he glanced down at his cross. But when Julien was 14, they started to build a church in Verrières, one that might be called magnificent for such a small town. Most noteworthy were its 4 marble columns, the sight of which made a strong impression on him. They became famous in the region for the deadly hatred they caused between the justice of the peace and the young vicar sent down from Besançon, who was thought to be a spy for the Congregation. The justice of the peace was on the point of losing his office, at least such was the general opinion. Hadn't he dared to disagree with a priest who went to Besançon almost every 2 weeks, where he visited, so it was said, Monseigneur the Bishop? About that time, the justice of the peace, father of a large family, handed down several decisions that seemed unjust. All of them went against citizens who were readers of the Constitutionnal. The ultras triumphed, True, nothing but small sums were involved, of 3 to 5 francs, but one of these little fines had to be paid by a nail dealer, Julien's godfather. In his wrath, the man cried out, "What a change! And to think that for more than 20 years the justice of the peace passed for an honest man." Julien's friend, the surgeon major, was dead. One fine day, Julien stopped talking about Napoleon. He announced his intention of becoming a priest, and was to be seen constantly in his father's sawmill, busy memorizing the Latin Bible the curé had loaned him. That good old man, marvelling at his progress, spent whole evenings teaching him theology. In his presence, Julien evinced nothing but pious sentiments. Who could have guessed that behind his girlish face, so pale and gentle, lay hidden the most unshakable resolution to expose himself to 1,000 deaths rather than fail to make his fortune? For Julien, making his fortune meant first of all getting out of Verrières. He loathed his birthplace. Everything he saw there froze his imagination. From his earliest childhood on, he had had moments of exaltation. At such times, he would have delighted visions of himself being one day introduced to the beautiful women of Paris. He would attract their attention by some glamorous feat. Why shouldn't he be loved by one of them, as Bonaparte, still a poor man then, had been loved by the dazzling Madame de Beauharnais? For many years now, scarcely an hour of Julien's life had gone by without his telling himself that Bonaparte, an unknown and penniless lieutenant, had made himself master of the world by his sword. This idea comforted Julien in his misfortunes, which he considered very great, and doubled his joy when joy came to him. The building of the church and the justice of the peace's decisions suddenly made things clear to him. A notion came to his mind that drove him almost crazy for weeks, and finally took hold of him with the overwhelming force of the first idea that a passionate soul imagines it has discovered. When people began to talk about Bonaparte, France was afraid of being invaded. Military talent was badly needed and in fashion. But today you see priests at 40 with incomes of 100,000 francs. That is, getting 3 times as much as the most famous generals in Napoleon's divisions. They all have someone behind them. Look at that justice of the peace, such a good mind, such an honest man up to now. So old and disgracing himself for fear of offending a young vicar of 30. The priesthood's the thing. Once, in the midst of his newfound piety, he had already studied divinity for 2 years, he was betrayed by a sudden eruption of the fire that was devouring his soul. It happened in Monsieur Chelon's house at a dinner for priests, to whom the good curé had introduced Julien as a prodigy of learning. He found himself praising Napoleon in a kind of fury. He bound his right arm against his chest, claimed to have dislocated it while moving a fir log, and carried it in this uncomfortable position for 2 months. After this corporeal punishment, he pardoned himself. Here, then, is our young man, 19 years old, yet so delicate an appearance that one would take him for 17 at the most, and who, carrying a little bundle under his arm, has entered Verrières' magnificent church. He found it dark and empty. In honor of some feast day, all the windows of the edifice had been draped with crimson cloth. The result, with the sun shining through, was an effect of dazzling light, most impressive and most religious. All alone in the church, he settled down on the handsomest pew. It bore Monsieur de Rênal's coat of arms. On the kneeling chair, Julien noticed a scrap of printed paper, placed there as if to be read. He glanced at it and saw details of the last minutes and execution of Louis Genrel, executed at Besançon. The paper was torn. On the other side he read the first 2 words of a line. The first step... Who could have put the paper there? Julien wondered. Poor beggar, he added with a sigh. His name ends like mine. And he crumpled the paper. On his way out, Julien thought he saw blood near the stoop. It was holy water that had been spilled. The reflection of the red curtains over the windows made it look like blood. Eventually he grew ashamed of his secret terror. Shall I be a coward? He asked himself.
To arms! This phrase, repeated so often in the old surgeon's account of battles, had a heroic ring for Julien. He got up and walked rapidly toward Monsieur de Rênal's house. Despite his fine resolutions, he was seized by an uncontrollable shyness when he caught sight of it some 20 yards away. Julien was not the only one whose heart was troubled by his arrival at that house. Extremely shy herself, Madame de Rênal was disconcerted by the idea of a stranger who, in the course of his duty, would come constantly between her and her children. She was accustomed to having her sons sleep in her bedroom. Many a tear had flowed that morning when she saw their little beds being carried into the apartment set aside for the tutor. It was to no avail that she asked her husband to have the bed of Stanislas Xavier, the youngest, brought back into her room. In Madame de Rênal's nature, feminine sensibility was developed to the point of excess. In her imagination, she had formed the most disagreeable picture of a coarse and ill-kempt creature whose duty it would be to scold her children simply because he knew Latin, a barbaric language on account of which her sons were to be whipped. Chapter 6. Boredom. Non so più cosa son, cosa faccio. Mozart, Figaro. With the vivacity and grace natural to her whenever she was far from the sight of men, Madame de Rênal was leaving the drawing-room by the French window which opened onto the garden. When near the front door she caught sight of the face of a young peasant. Little more than a boy, he was extremely pale, and had lately been weeping. He had on a spotless white shirt and carried a very clean purple frieze jacket under his arm. The little peasant's complexion was so white, his eyes so gentle, that it first occurred to Madame de Rênal's rather romantic imagination that this might be a girl in disguise coming to ask the mayor for some favour. She pitied the poor creature standing at the front door and obviously not daring to raise a hand to ring the bell. Distracted for the moment from the bitter sorrow caused her by the tutor's coming, Madame de Rênal went over to Julien. Facing the door, he did not see her approach. He shivered when a soft voice very close to his ear said, "What do you want here, my child?" Julien turned sharply, and, struck by Madame de Rênal's gracious expression, forgot some of his shyness. Amazed at her beauty, he soon forgot everything, even what he had come for. Madame de Rênal had repeated her question. "I've come to be the tutor, madame," he said to her eventually, ashamed of his tears which he was wiping away as best he could. Madame de Rênal was dumbfounded. They stood very close, looking at one another. Julien had never known anyone so well-dressed, especially a woman with such a dazzling complexion, to speak to him gently. Madame de Rênal looked at the big tears standing on the young peasant's cheeks, so pale at first, and now so pink. Then she began to laugh with the wild abandon of a girl. She was laughing at herself, and could hardly believe in her own happiness. What? This was the tutor she had pictured as a dirty and ill-clad priest who was coming to scold and whip her children. "Sir," she said to him after a while, "do you really know Latin?" The word "sir" so astonished Julien that he reflected for a moment. "Yes, madame," he answered shyly. Madame de Rênal was so happy that she dared to ask him, "You won't scold those poor children too much, will you?" "I scold them?" said Julien, astonished. "Why?" "You will be kind to them, won't you, sir?" she added after a short silence, her voice becoming more and more emotional. "You promise me?" To hear himself addressed again as sir in all seriousness and by such a well-dressed lady was beyond anything Julien had foreseen. In all the wildest dreams of his boyhood he kept telling himself that no real lady would ever bother to speak to him until he had a fine uniform. Madame de Rênal, on the other hand, was completely taken in by Julien's beautiful complexion, his great black eyes, and his pretty hair, which curled more than usual because he had dipped his head in the public fountain a while before to cool off. To her great joy, she discovered that this fell tutor
whose harshness and surly humour she had so much dreaded for her children's sake, was bashful as a girl. For Madame de Rênal's peace-loving soul, the contrast between her fears and what she saw before her was a great event. At length she recovered from her surprise. She was astonished to find herself thus at the door of her house, with this young man, almost in shirt-sleeves, and so close to him. "Shall we go in, sir?" she said with some embarrassment. In all her life, no purely enjoyable sensation had ever moved Madame de Rênal so deeply. Never had so charming an apparition followed upon more disquieting fears. Those darling children whom she tended so carefully were not then to fall into the hands of a cross and dirty priest. She had just entered the hall when she turned to Julien, who was following her shyly. His awe at the sight of such a fine house was another charm in Madame de Rênal's opinion. She couldn't believe her eyes. What struck her especially was that the tutor ought to be wearing a black suit. "But is it true, sir?" she said, stopping again, deathly afraid she might be mistaken, having been so happy in what she believed. "Do you really know Latin?" This question offended Julien's pride and broke the spell under which he had been living for the past quarter of an hour. "Yes, madame," he said, trying to assume a chilly manner. "I know Latin as well as the curé, and sometimes he is so kind as to say I know it better." Madame de Rênal thought Julien looked very wicked at the moment. He had halted 2 steps from her. She went up to him and said in a low voice, "You won't take the whip to my children during the first few days, will you? Even when they don't know their lessons?" The gentle and almost pleading tone of such a beautiful lady suddenly made Julien forget what he owed to his reputation as a Latinist. Madame de Rênal's face was close to his. He smelled the perfume of a woman's summer dress, an astounding thing for a poor peasant. Julien blushed scarlet and said with a sigh, in a faltering voice, "Never fear, madame. I will obey you in every respect." It was only at that moment, after her anxiety about her children had been completely dispelled, that Madame de Rênal was struck by Julien's extraordinary good looks. The almost feminine cast of his features and his embarrassment did not seem ridiculous to a woman who was extremely shy herself. The male look, which is commonly thought to be essential to masculine beauty, would have frightened her. "How old are you, sir?" she asked Julien. "I will soon be 19. "My eldest son is 11, replied Madame de Rênal, totally reassured. "Almost old enough to be a companion for you. You will talk sense to him. His father tried to give him a beating once, and the child was sick for a whole week, and yet he hardly touched him." "How different from my case," Julien thought. "My father thrashed me again yesterday. How happy these rich people are." Madame de Rênal was already at the stage where she could detect the slightest change in what was going on in the tutor's mind. She mistook his sudden fit of gloom for shyness, and wanted to encourage him. "What is your name, sir?" she said in her graceful accent, all the charm of which Julien felt without being able to account for it. "My name is Julien Sorel, madame. It frightens me to enter a strange household for the first time in my life. I need your protection, and hope you will excuse all the mistakes I will make in the first few days. I never went to high school. I was too poor. I have never talked with any men except my cousin, the Surgeon Major, member of the Legion of Honor, and the curé, Father Chelon. He will give me a good recommendation. My brothers have always beaten me. Don't believe them if they tell you bad things about me. Pardon my mistakes, madame. I shall always mean well." Julien was overcoming his fears during this long speech. He was studying Madame de Rênal. Such is the effect of perfect grace when it is natural, and especially when the person whom it adorns is totally unaware of being graceful, that Julien, something of an expert in feminine beauty, would have sworn at the moment that she was no more than 20 years old. Suddenly he had the bold notion to kiss her hand. Before long he was frightened at his boldness. A second later he told himself, "It would be cowardly of me not to carry out an action that may be useful to me.
and lessen the contempt this fine lady must feel for a working man who's just been torn away from his saw. Perhaps Julien was a bit heartened by the remark, "good-looking boy," which he had been hearing the girls repeat every Sunday for the past 6 months. While this inner debate was in progress, Madame de Rênal gave him a few instructions as to how to begin with the children. Julien's violent effort to control himself made him turn very pale again. He said in a constrained voice, "Madame, I will never beat your children. I swear it before God." As he spoke these words, he ventured to take Madame de Rênal's hand and raise it to his lips. She was amazed at this gesture, and on reflection, shocked. Since it was very warm, her whole arm was bare under her shawl, and the motion Julien made in conveying it to his lips had uncovered it entirely. After a few moments she scolded herself. It seemed to her that she had not been quick enough to take offence. Monsieur de Rênal, who had heard voices, came out of his office with the same majestic and paternal air he assumed when he performed marriages at the town hall. He said to Julien, "It is essential that I have a word with you before the children see you." He showed Julien into a study and detained his wife, who had meant to leave them together. When the door was closed, Monsieur de Rênal sat down solemnly. "The curé tells me you are a steady fellow. Here everyone will treat you with respect, and if I am satisfied I will help you in time to set up a little business. I don't want you to see any more of your parents or your friends. Their tone would not suit my children. Here are 36 francs, your first month's salary, but you must promise on your word not to give a sou of this money to your father." Monsieur de Rênal was irritated with the old man, who in this part of the bargain had been sharper than he. "Now, sir, for by my order everyone here is to address you as sir, and you will appreciate the advantage of joining a household where people are well bred. Now, sir, it is not proper for the children to see you in your jacket. Have the servants had a look at him?" Monsieur de Rênal asked his wife. "No, my dear," she answered in a deeply thoughtful manner. "So much the better. Put this on," he said to the surprised young man, handing him one of his own frock coats. "Now we will go and see Monsieur Durand, the clothier." More than an hour later, when Monsieur de Rênal returned with the new tutor all dressed in black, he found his wife sitting in the same place. Julien's presence soothed her. As she looked him over, she forgot to be afraid of him. Julien didn't give a second thought. Despite his suspicion of destiny and of men, his feelings at that moment were those of a child. It seemed to him that he had lived years since the time, 3 hours before, he had stood trembling in the church. He noted Madame de Rênal's icy look. He supposed she was angry because he had dared to kiss her hand. But the pride he felt at the contact of clothes so different from what he was used to wearing excited him so, and he wanted so much to hide his joy, that there was something brusque and foolish about every movement he made. Madame de Rênal watched him with astonishment in her eyes. "Be grave, sir," Monsieur de Rênal said to him, "if you want the respect of my children and of my servants." "Sir," answered Julien, "I feel strange in these new clothes. Poor peasant that I am, I've never worn anything but jackets. With your permission I will go to my room." "What do you think of our new acquisition?" Monsieur de Rênal asked his wife. Almost instinctively, and certainly without being aware of it, Madame de Rênal hid the truth from her husband. "I am not so wild about this little peasant as you are. Your kindness will make him impudent, and before the month is out you'll be obliged to dismiss him." "Very well, we'll dismiss him. He may cost me a good 100 francs, but Verrières will have got used to seeing a tutor with Monsieur de Rênal's children. That goal could never have been reached had I left Julien in his workman's get-up. When I dismiss him, I will of course keep the black suit I just had cut at the draper's. He will keep nothing but the ready-made clothes I found at the tailor's, which I just put on his back." The hour Julien spent in his room seemed a minute to Madame de Rênal. The children, who had been told about the new tutor, wore their mother out with questions. At last Julien appeared. He was another man. It would be putting it mildly to say he was grave. He was gravity incarnate. He was introduced to the children, and his way of speaking to them astonished even Monsieur de Rênal. "I am here, sirs," he told them as he brought his allocution to a close, "to teach you Latin. You know what it means to recite a lesson. Here is the Holy Bible," he said, showing them a small volume in 32 MO, bound in black. "This is, to be precise, the history of our Lord Jesus Christ. It is the part called the New Testament. I shall ask you to recite your lessons often. Ask me to recite mine." Adolphe, the eldest child, had taken the book. "Open it at random," Julien continued, "and tell me the first 3 words of a paragraph. I will recite the Holy Book, the golden rule for us all, by heart until you stop me." Adolphe opened the book, read 3 words, and Julien recited the whole page, as easily as if he were speaking French. Monsieur de Rênal beamed at his wife triumphantly. The children, seeing their parents' astonishment, opened their eyes wide. A servant came to the drawing-room door. Julien went on, speaking Latin. At first the servant stood there, motionless, then disappeared. Soon Madame's chambermaid and the cook came and stood close to the doorway. By that time Adolphe had already opened the book at 8 places, and Julien was still reciting with the same ease. "O Lord, the darling little priest," the cook, a good-natured and very pious girl, said out loud. Monsieur de Rênal's vanity was piqued. Far from having any thoughts of examining the tutor himself, he was busy racking his memory for a few words in Latin. He managed eventually to quote a line from Horace. All the Latin Julien knew was his Bible. He answered with a frown, "The sacred ministry to which I will dedicate myself forbids me to read such a profane poet." Monsieur de Rênal recited quite a number of supposed verses from Horace. He explained to his children who Horace was, but the children, smitten with admiration, paid scant attention to what he said. They were watching Julien. Since the servants were still in the doorway, Julien felt he ought to prolong the demonstration. "Now," he said to the youngest child, "it is time Monsieur Stanislas Xavier also picked out a passage for me in the Holy Book." Proud as he could be, little Stanislas read the first few words of a verse aloud as well as he might, and Julien recited the whole page. So that nothing should be wanting to Monsieur de Rênal's triumph, Monsieur Valenod, the owner of the fine Norman horses, and Monsieur Charcot de Maugiron, sub-prefect of the district, entered the room while Julien was reciting. This scene earned Julien the title of Sir, which not even the servants dared to deny him. That evening, all of Verrières' high society flocked to Monsieur de Rênal's house to see the wonder. Julien answered them all with a gloomy look that kept them at a distance. His fame spread through the town so quickly that a few days later Monsieur de Rênal, for fear someone might snatch him away, proposed to Julien that he sign a contract for 2 years. "No, sir," Julien replied coldly. "If you dismissed me, I should have to go. A contract that binds me without obligating you in any way is not equitable. I refuse." Julien acquitted himself so well that less than a month after his coming into the house, even Monsieur de Rênal respected him. Since the curé had fallen out with Messieurs de Rênal and Valenod, there was no one to give away Julien's old passion for Napoleon. He never mentioned him except in horror. Chapter 7. Elective Affinities. They cannot touch the heart without crushing it. A modern. The children adored him. He felt nothing for them. His thoughts were elsewhere. No matter what those brats might do, he never lost patience. Cold, just, impassive, and yet beloved. For his arrival had, so to speak, driven boredom from the house. He was a good tutor. For his part, he felt only loathing for and a horror of the high society into which he had been admitted. At the tower end of the table, to be sure, which explains, perhaps, the loathing and the horror. There were certain formal dinners during which he had a hard time containing his hatred for everything around him. One St. Louis day in particular, when Monsieur Valenod was holding forth at Monsieur de Rênal's house, Julien came close to tipping his hand. He ran out into the garden under the pretext of seeing about the children. "Such high praise for honesty!" he cried out. "You think it was the only virtue in the world, and for all that, what a high regard, what servile respect they show a man who has obviously doubled or tripled his fortune since he has been in charge of the Poor Fund. I'll bet he makes something even on the money set aside for the foundlings, those poor creatures whose want is still more sacred than anybody else's. Ah, monsters, monsters! Hated by my father, by my brothers, by my whole family, I, too, am a kind of foundling." A few days earlier, while he was walking alone and saying his breviary in a small wood called the Belvedere, which overlooks Fidelity Drive, Julien had tried in vain to avoid his two brothers, whom he saw from afar coming down an isolated path. Their brother's fine clothes, his extremely neat appearance, and his heartfelt contempt for them had so provoked the jealousy of these rough working men that they beat him and left him unconscious and all bloody. Madame de Rênal, out for a stroll with Monsieur Valenod and the sub-prefect, happened to turn into the small wood. She saw Julien stretched out on the ground and thought he was dead. Her shock was such as to make Monsieur Valenod jealous. He was too quick to take alarm. Julien thought Madame de Rênal very beautiful, but hated her for her beauty. It was a reef, the first on which he had almost wrecked his career. He spoke with her as little as possible, hoping to make her forget the rapture which, on the first day, had moved him to kiss her hand. Elisa, Madame de Rênal's chambermaid, had not failed to be smitten by the young tutor. She talked to her mistress about him often. Mademoiselle Elisa's love had earned Julien the hatred of one of the valets. One day he overheard the man saying to Elisa, "You won't talk to me any more since that filthy tutor came into the house." Julien didn't deserve this abuse, but with the instinct of a good-looking boy he paid more attention to his person than ever. Monsieur Valenod's hatred grew proportionately. He said publicly that such fastidiousness was unbecoming in a young priest. Except the cassock, Julien was now dressed as such. Madame de Rênal noted that he was speaking more often than usual with Mademoiselle Elisa. She learned that these conversations were prompted by the shortages in Julien's scanty wardrobe. He was so short of linen that he was obliged to send it out frequently to be laundered, and in such small matters Elisa was useful to him. Madame de Rênal was touched by his extreme poverty, which she had not suspected. She would have liked to make him a few presents, but she didn't dare. This instinctive reluctance was the first painful feeling she had had about Julien. Up to then, the name Julien and a sentiment of pure and wholly intellectual joy were synonymous for her. Tormented by the idea of Julien's poverty, Madame de Rênal spoke to her husband about making him a gift of some linen. "What foolishness!" he answered. "What? Make presents to a man with whom we are perfectly satisfied, and who serves us well? It's only in case he becomes slovenly that we should try to stimulate his zeal." Madame de Rênal felt humiliated by this way of seeing things. Before Julien's arrival she wouldn't have noticed it. She never remarked the extreme neatness of the young abbé's dress, which was also very simple, without saying to herself, "The poor boy, how does he do it?" Little by little she began to pity Julien for his shortcomings instead of being offended by them. Madame de Rênal was one of those provincial women whom you might very well take for a simpleton during the first 2 weeks you knew her. She had no experience of the world and no taste for conversation. Because she was endowed with a sensitive and disdainful nature, the instinct for happiness, which is common to every human being, caused her, most of the time, to ignore the conduct of the coarse company into whose midst chance had thrown her. She might have attracted attention by the naturalness and liveliness of her mind had she received the meagerest education, but as a prospective heiress she had been raised by the passionately devout nuns of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, who bore a violent hatred against all the French who were enemies of the Jesuits. Madame de Rênal had sense enough to dismiss afterward, as absurd, everything she had learned in the convent, but she put nothing in its place and ended up by knowing nothing. The untimely flattery to which she had been subjected as heiress to a great fortune, and a decided inclination to fervent piety, had caused her to live entirely within herself, despite an appearance of the most gracious compliance and submission, which husbands in Verrières held up to their wives as exemplary, and which were a constant source of pride for Monsieur de Rênal. Her inner life was, in fact, generally motivated by the loftiest kind of temperament. Such and such a princess, noted for her arrogance, pays infinitely more attention to what the gentlemen in her retinue are doing than this woman, who seemed so meek and modest, paid to anything her husband said or did. Until Julien came, she had shown no real interest in anyone except her children. Their little sicknesses, their sorrows, their small joys, preempted all the tenderness of this soul who had never in her lifetime adored anyone but God when she was at the Sacred Heart of Besançon. Although she scorned to tell anyone, a bout of fever in any of her sons would reduce her to almost the same state as if the child had died. A burst of coarse laughter, a shrug of the shoulders accompanied by some trivial maxim about women's folly, had invariably greeted her confidences about such anxieties, which the need to pour out her heart had led her to make to her husband in the early years of their marriage. This kind of raillery, especially when it had to do with her children's illnesses, twisted the dagger in Madame de Rênal's heart, and that is what she found instead of the eager and honeyed flattery she had known at the Jesuit convent where she spent her girlhood. She had been schooled by suffering, too proud to discuss such afflictions, even with her friend Madame d'Hervy. She imagined that all men were like her husband, Monsieur Valenod and the sub-prefect Charcot de Maugiron. Coarseness and the most brutal indifference about any question that did not involve money, precedence, or a cross, and a blind hatred for every argument that opposed their interests, these things seemed to her as natural in the male sex as wearing boots and a felt hat. After many long years, Madame de Rênal was still not used to the money-grubbers among whom she was obliged to live. Thence the little peasant Julien's success. She found a sweet pleasure, all shining with the charm of novelty, in the sympathy of that proud and noble soul. Madame de Rênal soon excused him for his very great ignorance, which was an additional charm, and for his rough manners, which she succeeded in correcting. She discovered that it was worth her while to listen to him, even when they talked about the most commonplace things, even about a poor dog being run over as it was crossing the street by a peasant's cart going at a trot. The spectacle of its suffering had set off her husband's big laugh, whereas she saw Julien knit his handsome black and finely arched brows. By degrees it began to seem to her that generosity, noble character, humanity were to be found nowhere but in this little priest. For him alone she felt the sympathy and even admiration which those virtues will arouse in a well-born nature. In Paris, Julien's relationship with Madame de Rênal would have been simplified very quickly, but in Paris love is the child of fiction. The young tutor and his timid mistress would have found their position clarified for them in 3 or 4 novels, even in the couplets sung at the gymnase. The novels would have outlined the parts they should play, have shown the model to be imitated, and sooner or later vanity would have compelled Julien to imitate this model, although with no pleasure, and perhaps boggling. In a small town in Aveyron or in the Pyrenees, the slightest incident would have been made decisive by the torrid climate. But as matters stand, under our duller skies, a poor young man, ambitious only because his refined nature requires some of the pleasures money can buy, is coming into daily contact with a 30-year-old woman, one who is sincerely virtuous, occupied with her children, and who does not take the novels for a model of conduct in any respect. Things go slowly. Things happen gradually in the provinces. People are more natural there. When she thought about the young tutor's poverty, Madame de Rênal was often moved to tears. One day Julien came upon her weeping outright. "Eh, madame, Have you had some bad news?" "No, my friend," she answered. "Call the children. We will go for a walk." She took his arm, and the way she leaned on it seemed peculiar to him. It was the first time she had called him "my friend." Toward the end of the stroll, Julien noted that she was blushing a good deal. She slowed her pace. "They must have told you," she said without looking at him, "that I am the sole heir of a very rich aunt who lives in Besançon. She loads me with a present. My sons are making such wonderful progress that I would like to ask you, please, to accept a little gift as a token of my gratitude. It's only a matter of a few louis to get you some linen, but—" she added, blushing still more, and stopped, speaking. "What, madame?" asked Julien. "There is no need," she continued, bending her head, "to mention this to my husband." "I am humble, madam, but I am not low," Julien replied, stopping in his tracks, eyes aglow with anger, and drawing himself up to his full height. "That is something you have not allowed for. I'd be worse than a lackey if I put myself in the position of having to hide anything whatsoever from Monsieur de Rênal that had to do with my money." Madame de Rênal was bowled over. "The mayor," Julien continued, "has paid me 36 francs 5 times since I've been living in his house. I am prepared to show my account book to Monsieur de Rênal or to anyone else, even to Monsieur Valenod, who hates me." After this outburst, Madame de Rênal remained pale and trembling, and the walk came to an end without either of them being able to find a pretext to renew their dialogue. Love for Madame de Rênal became less and less a possibility in Julien's proud heart. As for her, she respected him, she admired him, she had been scolded by him. On the pretext of making amends for the humiliation she had unwittingly caused, she permitted herself to show him the most delicate attentions. The novelty of such behavior delighted Madame de Rênal for a week. Its effect was to appease Julien's wrath in part. He was far from seeing anything in it that might be taken for a personal inclination. "That's the rich for you," he told himself. "They humiliate you, and then they think they can make up for it with a lot of fuss." Madame de Rênal's heart was too full, and still too innocent for her, in spite of resolutions to the contrary, not to tell her husband about the offer she had made Julien, and how it had been rejected. "What?" replied Monsieur de Rênal, sharply annoyed. "How could you tolerate a refusal on the part of a servant?" And because Madame de Rênal protested against this word, he told her, "I use the term, madame, in the manner of the late Prince de Condé when he presented his chamberlains to his new wife. These people," he told her, "are all our servants. I've read you that passage in the Memoir de Besenval, indispensable in matters of precedence. A man who lives at your house who is not a gentleman and who receives a salary is your servant. I'm going to have a few words with Monsieur Julien and give him 100 francs. "Ah, my dear," said Madame de Rênal, trembling. "At least not in front of the servants, please."
"Yes, they might be jealous, and with good reason," said her husband as he went out, thinking about the size of the sum. Madame de Rênal fell into a chair, almost in a swoon from suffering.
"He will humiliate Julien, and it's my fault."
She loathed her husband and buried her face in her hands. She promised herself never to confide in anyone again. The next time she saw Julien, she was trembling all over. Her chest felt so constricted that she couldn't get out a single word. In her embarrassment, she took his hands and squeezed them.
"Well, my friend," she said to him at last, "are you satisfied with my husband?"
"Why shouldn't I be?" answered Julien, smiling bitterly. "He gave me 100 francs. Madame de Rênal gazed at him as though uncertain.
"Give me your arm,"
she said after a while, in her voice a note of courage that Julien had never heard before. She made so bold as to go to Verrier's bookstore, despite the owner's awful reputation for liberalism. There she chose 10 louis worth of books, which she handed to her sons. But these were books she knew Julien wanted. She insisted that there, in the bookstore, each child write his name in the books that had fallen to his lot. While Madame de Rênal was rejoicing over the kind of reparation she had had the audacity to make to Julien,
The latter was staring in amazement at the quantity of books he saw in the shop. Never before had he dared to enter such a den. His heart was beating fast. Far from trying to guess what might be going on in Madame de Rênal's heart, he was lost in thought, trying to find a means whereby a young divinity student might procure a few of those books for himself. Eventually the idea came to him that it might be possible, if one went about it the right way, to convince Monsieur de Rênal that his sons ought to be given the history of famous gentlemen born in the province as the subject of a theme. After a month's careful preparation, Julien saw his idea catch on, and to such an extent that not long afterward, while talking with Monsieur de Rênal, he risked mentioning the next step, which was far more painful to the noble mayor. It involved taking out a subscription at the booksellers and thereby contributing to the welfare of a liberal. Monsieur de Rênal fully agreed that it would be wise to give his eldest son a de visu idea of several works he would hear mentioned in conversation when he went to the military academy. But Julien saw that the mayor was doggedly determined not to go any further. He suspected a secret reason, but could not guess what it was. "I was thinking, sir," he said to him one day, "that it would be highly improper for a fine gentleman's name, like Rênal, to appear on the bookseller's dirty ledger." Monsieur de Rênal's face lit up. "It would also be a black mark," Julien went on, in a humbler vein, "against a poor divinity student, if it could one day be shown that his name appeared on the ledger of a bookseller who keeps a rental library. The liberals might accuse me of asking for the most infamous works. Who knows but they might even go so far as to write the title of those perverse books after my name." But Julien was getting off the track. He saw the mayor's countenance resume its expression of embarrassment and annoyance. Julien stopped talking. "I have my man," he told himself. A few days later, when the eldest boy asked Julien about a book advertised in the Daily, in Monsieur de Rênal's presence, the young tutor said, "So as to avoid playing into the Jacobins' hands, and still provide myself with the means to answer Monsieur Adolphe's question, wouldn't it be possible to have a subscription taken out at the booksellers by the lowliest of your servants?" "That's not a bad idea," said Monsieur de Rênal, obviously overjoyed. "All the same, one should specify," said Julien, with the grave and unhappy air that fits some people so well when the long-desired and successful end of a transaction is in sight. "One ought to specify that the servant not be allowed to take out any novels. Once in the house, such dangerous books might corrupt Madame's maids, and the servant himself." "You're forgetting the political pamphlets," added Monsieur de Rênal haughtily. He wished to conceal his admiration for the wise middle course his children's tutor had devised. Julien's life was thus composed of a series of small negotiations, and he was far more concerned about their success than about any marked feeling of preference that it depended only upon himself to read in Madame de Rênal's heart. The position in which he had found himself all of his life was duplicated at the Maire Verrier's fine house. There, as at his father's sawmill, he utterly despised the people with whom he lived, and was hated by them. Day after day he saw from the sub-prefect's accounts, from Monsieur Valenod's, from those of other friends of the house, made on the occasion of events that had just occurred under their noses, how little their ideas corresponded to reality. If an action seemed praiseworthy to Julien, it was sure to be the one everybody censured. His comment to himself was always, "What monsters!" or "What fools!" The funny thing was that, for all his pride, he often understood nothing of what was being discussed. He had never in his whole life spoken frankly with anyone except the old surgeon major. The few ideas he had were related to Bonaparte's campaigns in Italy or surgery. In his young courage he had delighted in detailed accounts of the most painful operations. He would tell himself, "I wouldn't have batted an eyelash." The first time Madame de Rênal tried to hold a conversation with him about something other than the children's education, he began talking about surgical operations. She turned pale and begged him to desist. He had no other subject. Consequently, as he passed his day with Madame de Rênal, the most peculiar silence would set in as soon as they were alone. In the drawing-room, however humble his bearing might be, She read in his eyes an attitude of intellectual superiority toward all who came to her house. If she happened to be alone with him for a minute, she saw him grow visibly embarrassed. She was uneasy about this, for her feminine intuition told her that his embarrassment had nothing tender about it. Following I don't know what notion, derived from some account of high society, such as the old Surgeon Major had seen it, wherever Julien happened to be with a woman, he felt humiliated as soon as there was silence, as though it were his own particular fault. The sensation was 100 times more painful during a tete-a-tete. Filled with the most exaggerated and Spanish ideas about what a man ought to say when alone with a woman, his imagination had nothing to offer him in his perplexity but inadmissible ideas. His head was in the clouds, and yet he could not find a way out of the most humiliating silence. Thus, the stern look he wore during his long walks with Madame de Rênal and the children was accentuated by the cruelest suffering. He despised himself horribly. If, unfortunately, he made himself speak, it occurred to him to say the most ridiculous things. To crown his misery, he was aware, and had an exaggerated idea, of his own absurdity. But what he couldn't see was the expression in his eyes. They were so handsome and revealed such a fiery soul that, like good actors, they sometimes gave a charming import to words that had none at all. Madame de Rênal observed that, if alone with her, he never said anything well, excepting when, distracted by some unforeseen occurrence, he was not thinking about how to turn a compliment. Since the friends of the house did not exactly spoil her with new and brilliant ideas, she took great delight in Julien's flashes of wit. Since Napoleon's downfall, every hint of gallantry has been rigidly excluded from provincial manners. Everyone is afraid of losing his position. The crook looks to the congregation for support, and hypocrisy has made the most wonderful progress even among the liberals. Boredom is on the increase. The only pleasures left are reading and agriculture. Madame de Rênal, wealthy heiress of a pious aunt, and married at 16 to a fine gentleman, had never experienced or seen anything that bore the least resemblance to love. Scarcely anyone had ever spoken to her about love, except good Father Chelin, and then only in connection with Valeno's advances. Yet he had painted such a disgusting picture of it that to her mind the word stood for nothing but debauchery of the lowest sort. She regarded love, such as she had found it in the few novels chance had put in her way, as exceptional or even extra-natural. Thanks to her ignorance, Madame de Rênal was perfectly happy, incessantly concerned about Julien, and far from blaming herself the least bit. Chapter 8. Minor Events. Then there were sighs the deeper for suppression, and stolen glances sweeter for the theft, and burning blushes, though for no transgression. Don Juan, Canto 1, St. 74. Madame de Rênal's angelical sweetness, due as much to her character as to her present happiness, altered slightly, only when she happened to think of her chambermaid Elisa. That girl had come into an inheritance, gone to Father Chelin to confess herself, and told him about her plans for marrying Julien. The curé was truly delighted at his friend's good luck, but he was extremely surprised when Julien told him with a resolute air that Mademoiselle Elisa's offer would not do. "Beware, my child, of what is going on in your heart," said the curé with a frown. "I congratulate you on your vocation, if it is that alone to which you owe your contempt for a more than adequate income. I have been the curé of Verrières for 56 years, all told, and yet, to judge from the way things look, I am about to be dismissed. This grieves me. However, I have a private income of 800 francs. I mention this detail so you will have no illusions about what to expect when you enter the priesthood. If you have any thought of currying favor with men in power, your eternal damnation is assured. You may make your fortune, but you will be obliged to do it at the expense of the indigent, flatter the sub-prefect, the mayor, the man of consequence, and serve his interests. This course, which is called knowing how to get along in the world,
may not be absolutely incompatible with salvation for a layman, but in our profession one is forced to make a choice, either to lay up treasure in this world or the next. There is no middle way. Go now, my dear friend, think it over, and come back in 3 days with your final answer. To my sorrow, I have caught a glimpse in the depths of your character of a dark passion which does not promise the moderation and complete abnegation of things worldly that are essential in a priest. I predict good things of your mind, but if you will allow me to say so, added the good father with tears in his eyes, once you became a priest, I would tremble for your salvation.
Julien was ashamed of his feelings. For the first time in his life he saw that he was loved. He wept for joy and went to the great woods above Verrières to hide his tears. "Why am I in such a state?" he asked himself eventually. "I feel I could lay down my life 100 times over for good Father Chélan, and yet he has just proved that I am a blockhead. It was more important to deceive him than anyone else, and he has found me out. That secret passion he was talking about is my plan to make a fortune. He has concluded that I am unworthy to be a priest, and just when I figured that sacrificing an income of 50 louis would give him the highest opinion of my piety and of my vocation. In the future, Julien went on, I will rely solely on those sides of my character that I have tested. Who could have told me that I would enjoy shedding tears, that I would love the one person who has proved to me that I am a fool?" 3 days later, Julien found the pretext with which he should have armed himself the very first day. It was a slander, but what of it? With a great deal of hesitation, he confessed to the curé that a reason which he could not divulge, because it would injure a third party, had dissuaded him from the proposed union right at the start. It was a way of casting blame on Elise's conduct. Monsieur Chélan found an altogether mundane heat in his manner, very different from the kind that ought to have stirred a young Levite. "My friend," he told him again, "be a good country squire, learned and well thought of, rather than a priest without a calling." To this latest remonstrance, Julien replied very satisfactorily in point of language. He found the words a fervent young seminarist might have used, but the tone in which he pronounced them, and the ill-concealed fire that flashed from his eyes, alarmed Monsieur Chélan. Yet one should not augur too ill of Julien's future. He hit upon the right phrases of a mealy-mouthed and cautious hypocrisy. That's not bad at his age. As for his tone and gestures, he had lived among country people. He had been deprived of the great models. Later on, when he had been given the opportunity to approach those gentlemen, he became as admirable in gesture as in speech. Madame de Rênal was surprised that her maid's newfound wealth did not make the girl any happier. She saw her set out for the curé's house time after time, and come back with tears in her eyes. Finally, Elisa spoke to her about her plans for marriage. Madame de Rênal thought she herself must be ill. A kind of fever kept her from falling asleep. She felt half dead when her maid or Julien was not in sight. She could think of nothing but them, and of the happiness they would find in their own home. The poverty of the little house in which they would have to live on 50 louis a year appeared to her imagination in ravishing colours. Julien might very well become a lawyer in Bray, where the sub-prefecture was, 2 leagues from Verrières. In that case she would see him once in a while. Madame de Rênal really thought she was going insane. She said so to her husband, and, in fact, took sick. The same night, while her chambermaid was waiting on her, she noticed that the girl was crying. She couldn't bear Elisa at that moment, and was short with her. She begged her pardon. Elisa's tears flowed twice as fast. She said that with her mistress's permission she would tell her all about her unhappiness. "Speak," answered Madame de Rênal. "Very well, madam, he won't have me. Wicked people must have said nasty things about me. He believes them." "Who won't have you?" said Madame de Rênal, scarcely breathing. "Who else, madame, but Monsieur Julien?" answered the maid, sobbing. "The curé couldn't break down his resistance, for the curé thinks he ought not to refuse an honest girl just because she's been a chambermaid. After all, Monsieur Julien's father is nothing but a carpenter, and how did he make a living himself before he came to Madame's house?"
Madame de Rênal was no longer listening. Intense happiness made it almost impossible for her to think. She had the girl repeat to her several times her conviction that Julien had refused so categorically as to make it impossible for him to come around to a more reasonable position.
"I mean to make one last effort," she said to her chambermaid. "I will speak to Monsieur Julien."
The next day, after lunch, Madame de Rênal allowed herself the exquisite pleasure of pleading her rival's cause, and of seeing Elise's hand and fortune steadfastly declined during the course of an hour. Little by little, Julien came out from behind his stiffness, and ended by replying to Madame de Rênal's wise remonstrances with some spirit. She couldn't bear up against the torrent of happiness that came flooding into her heart after so many days of despair. She fainted dead away. When she came to and was settled in her room, she sent everyone out. She was amazed. Could I be in love with Julien? She asked herself eventually. This discovery, which at any other time would have upset her deeply and plunged her into remorse, now seemed to her little more than a curious spectacle that somehow did not touch her. Exhausted by everything she had just been through, her heart no longer had any feeling left for the use of the passions. Madame de Rênal intended to do some work, but fell into a deep sleep. When she woke, she was not so alarmed as she should have been. She was too happy to think ill of anything. Artless and innocent, this good provincial woman had never tortured her soul with trying to squeeze a bit of sensibility from it for some novel shade of feeling or of distress. Entirely occupied, before Julien's arrival, with that pile of work which is the lot of any good mother when she lives far from Paris, Madame de Rênal had the same opinion of the passions that we have of the lottery, a cheat, certainly, and a happiness pursued only by fools. The dinner bell rang. Madame de Rênal blushed a great deal when she heard Julien bringing back the children. A bit more resourceful now that she was in love, she complained of a terrible headache to explain away her flushed face. "Just like a woman," Monsieur de Rênal answered her with his big laugh. "Something's always going wrong with those machines." Although accustomed to his kind of wit, Madame de Rênal was shocked by his tone of voice. To take her mind off it, she gazed at Julien's features. Had he been the ugliest man in the world, at that moment he would have appealed to her. Prompt to copy the ways of court society, Monsieur de Rênal took up his residence in Vergy during the first fine days of spring. It is the village made famous by Gabriella's tragic love affair. A few hundred yards from the picturesque ruins of the ancient Gothic church, Monsieur de Rênal owned an old chateau with 4 towers and a garden laid out like that of the Tuileries, including many a box hedge and walk lined with chestnut trees, trimmed twice a year. An adjacent field planted in apple trees served as a promenade. 8 or 10 magnificent walnut trees stood at the end of this orchard. Their massive foliage rose to a height of some 80 feet. "Each of those damned walnuts," Monsieur de Rênal would say whenever his wife admired them, "costs me the yield of half an acre. Wheat won't grow in their shade." The sight of the countryside seemed new to Madame de Rênal. Her admiration bordered on rapture. The emotion that had quickened her pulse also sharpened her wits and made her resolute. Just 2 days after their arrival at Vergy, Monsieur de Rênal having been called back to town by his duties as mayor, Madame de Rênal hired some workmen at her own expense. Julien had given her the idea for a little gravelled path, which was to run through the orchard and under the great walnut trees, and which would allow the children to go for walks in the early morning without getting their shoes soaked with dew. This idea was carried out less than 24 hours after its conception. Madame de Rênal spent the whole day with Julien, gaily supervising the workmen. When the mayor of Verrières came back from town, he was surprised indeed to find the finished path. Madame de Rênal was also surprised by his arrival. She had forgotten his existence. For 2 months after, he spoke ill-humouredly about how bold she had been to make such an important repair without consulting him. But Madame de Rênal had undertaken it at her own cost, which consoled him to a certain extent. She spent her days running in the orchard with the children and in chasing butterflies. They had made big hoods out of gauze, with which they caught the poor Lepidoptera. That was the unlikely name Julien taught Madame de Rênal, for she had sent to Besançon for Monsieur Godard's handsome volume, and Julien told her all about the odd habits of those insects. They pricked them mercilessly with pins and arranged them in a big pasteboard frame, likewise constructed by Julien. At last, Madame de Rênal and Julien had a subject of conversation. He was no longer exposed to the awful torture that their lapses into silence used to cause him. They talked incessantly and with great interest. They were always about very innocent things. Active, busy, and gay, this life was to everyone's taste, save that of Mademoiselle Elisa, who considered herself overworked. "Not even at carnival time," she would say, "when there's a ball in Verrières. Has Madame ever spent so much time at her dressing-table? She changes her gown 2 or 3 times a day." Since it is our intention not to flatter anyone, we will certainly not deny that Madame de Rênal, who had a superb skin, had some of her dresses altered in such a way as to leave her arms and bosom very much uncovered. She was shapely, and this manner of dress studied her wonderfully well. "You have never been so young, Madame," her friends from Verrières would say when they came to dine at Vergy. That is an expression used in the province. A curious thing, which few of my readers will credit, is that Madame de Rênal went to all this trouble with no specific purpose in mind. She took pleasure in doing so, and, not giving the matter any further thought, the time she wasn't chasing butterflies with her children and Julien, she worked with Elisa at basting dresses. Her only trip into Verrières was prompted by a desire to buy some of the new summer frocks that had just come in from Mulhouse. She brought a young woman back to Vergy, one of her relatives. After her marriage, Madame de Rênal had gradually become attached to Madame d'Herville, who had been her schoolmate at the Sacred Heart. Madame d'Herville used to laugh a great deal over what she called her cousin's crazy notions. "I never think of such things myself," she would say. Though these unexpected thoughts might have been called sallies in Paris, whenever she was with her husband, Madame de Rênal felt ashamed of them, as of a foolish remark. But Madame d'Herville's presence gave her heart. At first she would reveal her thoughts to her in a timid voice, but when these ladies were left together for a long time, Madame de Rênal's wit would grow more and more lively, and the long, solitary morning would pass like an instant, leaving the two friends very gay. On this visit, the sensible Madame d'Herville found her cousin far less gay and a good deal happier. As for Julien, he had been living like a veritable child since the beginning of his stay in the country, and was as happy as his pupils to be chasing butterflies. Alone, far from the sight of men, and by instinct totally unafraid of Madame de Rênal, Julien, after so much constraint and clever diplomacy, had given in to the pleasure of being alive, so keen at that age, amidst the most beautiful mountains in the world. As soon as Madame d'Herville arrived, it seemed to Julien that she was his friend. He hurried to show her the view to be had at the end of the new path that ran beneath the great walnut trees. It was, in fact, equal, if not superior, to the finest that Switzerland and the Italian lakes can offer. If you continue on up the steep hillside, which begins a few feet from that point, you soon come to the top of a high cliff, tufted with an oak wood that almost hangs out over the river. It was out onto the summits of these rocks, cut to a sheer drop, that Julien, happy, free, and what's more, lord of the manor, led the two friends and delighted in their wonder at the sublime prospect. "For me it is like Mozart's music," Madame d'Herville was saying. His brother's jealousy, the presence of a despotic father always in a bad temper, had spoiled the scenery around Verrières for Julien. At Vergy he found nothing like those bitter memories. For the first time in his life he saw no enemy. When Monsieur de Rênal was in town, which happened often, he took the liberty of reading. Before long, instead of reading at night, and only then by being careful to hide his lamp with an inverted flower vase, he could indulge himself in sleep. By day, in the interval between the children's lessons, he came to these rocks with the book that was his sole rule of conduct and object of his rapture. In it he found at once happiness, ecstasy, and comfort in his moments of discouragement. Some of the things Napoleon says about women, several discussions about the merits of novels that were fashionable during his reign, gave Julien, for the first time in his life, a few of the notions any other young man of his age would have come by long before then. The hot weather set in. They took the habit of spending their evenings under a huge lime tree several yards from the house. The night was very dark there. One night Julien was talking forcefully. He was reveling in the pleasure of speaking well to two young women. As he gesticulated, he happened to touch Madame de Rênal's hand, which was lying along the back of one of those painted wooden chairs which are set out in gardens. The hand was pulled back very quickly, but Julien considered it part of his duty to see to it that this hand should not be withdrawn the next time he touched it. The idea of a duty to be performed, and the ridicule, or rather the feeling of inferiority to be incurred if he should fail, suddenly drove every pleasurable sensation out of his heart. Chapter 9. An Evening in the Country. Monsieur Guérin's Dido, a charming sketch. Strombeck. When he saw Madame de Rênal again the next morning, he had a peculiar look in his eye. He watched her as if she were an enemy with whom he would soon have to do battle. His expression, so different from that of the night before, threw her into a state of confusion. She had been so good to him, and he seemed angry. She could not take her eyes off his. Madame Derville's presence allowed Julien to talk less and to give more attention to what was on his mind. His only real concern all that day was to fortify himself by reading in the inspired book which tempered his soul anew. He cut the children's lessons very short, and later on, when Madame de Rênal's presence reminded him to look to his own glory, decided it was absolutely essential that tonight she allow her hand to remain in his. The sun, setting, bringing the decisive moment closer and closer, made his heart beat strangely. Night came. He observed, joyfully relieved of the immense weight on his chest, that it was very dark. The sky, heavy with big clouds driven by a hot breeze, seemed to forecast a storm. The two cousins were out walking very late. To Julien, everything they did this evening seemed out of the ordinary. They delighted in such weather, the kind which, for certain delicate sensibilities, seems to enhance the pleasure of being in love. Finally they sat down, Madame de Rênal beside Julien, and Madame Derville next to her cousin. Preoccupied with the attempt he was about to make, Julien could find nothing to say. The conversation flagged. "Will I shake like this and feel so wretched the first time I have to fight a duel?" Julien wondered, for he was too mistrustful of himself and of others not to realize the state he was in. In his mortal agony, any other danger would have seemed preferable. How many times had he wished that something unexpected would come up, and oblige Madame de Rênal to go back into the house and leave the garden. The violence Julien was obliged to do his feelings was too great for his voice not to be markedly altered. Soon Madame de Rênal's voice was trembling too, but Julien didn't notice it. The frightful combat going on in his breast, waged by duty against timidity, was so painful that he was in no condition to observe anything outside himself. 10:15 had just sounded in the clock tower, without his having yet dared anything. Shocked at his own cowardice, Julien told himself, "At the exact moment the clock strikes 10, I will act on the plan I have been promising myself all day that I would execute tonight, or go to my room and blow out my brains." After one last minute of waiting and anxiety, during which the excess of his emotion almost drove Julien out of his mind, 10 o'clock sounded from the tower over his head. Each stroke of the fatal bell echoed in his chest, causing there a sort of physical impulsion. Finally, while the last stroke of 10 was still vibrating, he reached out and took the hand of Madame de Rênal, who pulled it away at once. Hardly aware of what he was doing, Julien seized it again. Though deeply agitated himself, he was struck by the icy coldness of the hand in his grasp. He squeezed it convulsively. A last effort was made to wrest it from him, but in the end the hand was his. His heart flooded with happiness, not because he loved Madame de Rênal, but because a horrible torture had come to an end. He felt obliged to speak, so that Madame Derville would not notice anything. This time his voice was strong and resonant. Madame de Rênal's, on the contrary, betrayed so much emotion. Her friend thought she must be ill and suggested going indoors. Julien saw his danger. "If Madame de Rênal goes into the drawing-room now, I will be back in the same horrible position I've been in all day. I've held his hand too short a time to claim a decided victory." When Madame Derville repeated her suggestion that they return to the drawing-room, Julien gave the hand that had been abandoned to him a hard squeeze. Madame de Rênal, who was already getting up, sat down again and said in a dying voice, "To tell the truth, I don't feel very well, but the fresh air is doing me good." These words confirmed Julien's happiness, which for the moment was immense. He talked. He forgot to feign. To the two friends who were listening, he seemed the most charming of men. And yet, in this sudden flow of eloquence, there was still some want of courage and apprehension. He was deathly afraid that Madame Derville, tired by the rising wind that preceded the storm, might decide to go back to the drawing-room by herself. Then he would be left in a tete-à-tete with Madame de Rênal. Almost by chance he had found the blind courage it takes for action, but he felt it was beyond his power to utter the simplest word to Madame de Rênal. However inconsequential her reproaches might be, he must be beaten, and the advantage he had just won would be wiped out. Luckily for him, his speech, high-flown and affecting that night, won over Madame Derville, who as a rule found him awkward as a schoolboy and by no means entertaining. As for Madame de Rênal, her hand in Julien's, she hadn't a thought in the world. She was letting herself live. For her, the hours they spent beneath that great lime tree, which, as local tradition would have it, had been planted by Charles the Bold, were a time of bliss. She listened delightedly to the wind moaning in the tree's thick foliage, and to the sound of the first few scattered drops that were beginning to fall on its lowest leaves. Julien failed to remark one detail that might well have reassured him. Madame de Rênal, who had been forced to take her hand out of his so she could get up to help her cousin right a pot of flowers the wind had knocked over at their feet, was scarcely seated again when she gave him back her hand with almost no fuss, as if it were already a thing understood between them. Midnight had struck long ago. It was high time to leave the garden. They separated. Madame de Rênal, transported by the joys of love, was so ignorant that she hardly blamed herself at all. Happiness robbed her of sleep. Julien, tired to death by the pitched battle between timidity and pride that had been raging in his heart all day long, was carried off by a leaden sleep. The next morning he was awakened at 5 o'clock, and though Madame de Rênal would have suffered cruelly had she known it, he barely gave her a thought. He had done his duty, a heroic duty. Filled with joy by this sentiment, he locked the door to his room and, with an entirely new pleasure, gave himself over to reading about the exploits of his hero. By the time the bell for lunch was rung, he had forgotten, while reading the reports of the Grand Army, all the advantages he had won the night before. He said to himself offhandedly as he went down to the drawing-room, "I must tell this woman I love her." Instead of the passionate gaze he was expecting to meet, he found the stern face of Monsieur de Rênal, who, having arrived from Verrières 2 hours before, took no pains to hide his displeasure at Julien's having spent the entire morning without a thought to his children. Nothing could be uglier than this important man in a bad temper, and sure of his right to show it. Every one of her husband's harsh remarks pierced Madame de Rênal to the heart. Julien, on the other hand, was still so deeply immersed in his ecstasy, so full of the great events which, for the past several hours, had been taking place before his eyes, that at first he was hardly able to lower his attention enough to listen to the hard language Monsieur de Rênal was directing at him. At length he told him, sharply enough, "I was sick." The tone of his reply might have nettled a man far less touchy than the mayor of Verrières. The thought crossed his mind to answer Julien by turning him out, then and there. He was restrained only by the rule he had laid down for himself, never be hasty in business matters. The young fool, he soon concluded, has made a sort of reputation for himself in my house. If I dismiss him, Valero may take him on, or else he will marry Elisa. In either case, he will be able to laugh in his sleeve at me." Despite the wisdom of these reflections, Monsieur de Rênal's annoyance erupted in a series of coarse expressions which, little by little, succeeded in irritating Julien. Madame de Rênal was on the point of tears. Lunch barely over, she asked Julien to give her his arm for the walk. She leaned on it in a friendly manner. To everything Madame de Rênal said to him, Julien would only mutter, "That's the rich for you." Monsieur de Rênal was walking close by them. His presence increased Julien's wrath. Suddenly he became aware that Madame de Rênal was leaning on his arm in an obvious way. Horrified by this gesture, he pushed her off and freed his arm. Fortunately, Monsieur de Rênal did not see this fresh bit of impertinence. Only Madame Derville noticed it. Her friend burst into tears. At this moment, Monsieur de Rênal began throwing stones at a little peasant girl who was taking a short cut across the corner of his orchard. "Monsieur Julien, for heaven's sake control yourself. Remember that we all lose our temper at times," said Madame Derville quickly. Julien gave her a cold look, his face a picture of the most sovereign contempt. His look astonished Madame Derville, and would have surprised her even more could she have guessed its full import. In it she might have read a vague hope for the most atrocious kind of vengeance. It is no doubt such moments of humiliation that have produced our Robespierres. "Your Julien is a violent man. He frightens me," Madame Derville whispered to her friend. "He has a right to be angry," replied the latter. "After the amazing progress the children have made with him, what difference does it make if he goes for one morning without speaking to them? You must admit that men are very hard." For the first time in her life, Madame de Rênal felt a sort of desire to be revenged against her husband. The intense hatred Julien bore the rich was going to burst out before long. Luckily, Monsieur de Rênal summoned his gardener and stayed behind to help him set up a barrier of thorn branches across the illegal path through his orchard. During the rest of the stroll, Julien did not respond by so much as a word to all the little attentions that were shown him. No sooner had Monsieur de Rênal left than the two ladies, on the pretext of being tired, asked him each for an arm. Between these two women, both deeply disturbed, and whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, Julien's haughty pallor, his determined and sombre air, made a strange contrast. He despised these ladies and all tender feelings. "What?" he said to himself. "Not even 500 francs a year to finish my education? Ah, how I'd love to tell him off." Absorbed in these hard thoughts, the little he condescended to take in of the two friends' well-intended remarks displeased him as void of sense, silly, weak, in a word, feminine. By dint of talking for the sake of talking, to keep the conversation from dying, Madame de Rênal happened to mention that her husband had come out from Verrières because he had made a bargain with one of his tenant farmers for some corn husks. In that region they use husks to fill their mattresses. "My husband will not rejoin us," added Madame de Rênal. "He is going with his gardener and valet to see to it that the rest of the mattresses in the house are changed. This morning he put fresh husks in all the beds on the second floor. Now he is on the third." Julien changed colour. He gave Madame de Rênal an odd look, and shortly afterward took her aside, so to speak, by doubling his pace. Madame Derville let them go on. "Save my life," Julien said to Madame de Rênal. "Only you can do it, for you know that the valet hates the sight of me. I must confess, madame, that I have a portrait. I've hidden it in the mattress on my bed." At this information, Madame de Rênal also turned pale. "You alone, madame, can go into my room right now. Feel, without letting anyone see you, in the corner of the mattress nearest the window. There you will find a small, shiny, black cardboard box." "It contains a portrait?" said Madame de Rênal, hardly able to stand. Her disheartened air did not escape Julien, who was quick to take advantage of it. "I have a second favour to ask of you, madame. I beg you not to look at that portrait. It is my secret." "It is a secret?" replied Madame de Rênal in a barely audible voice. Although she had been brought up among people who were proud of their fortunes and sensitive to money matters alone, love had already introduced some notion of generosity into her soul. Though cruelly wounded, it was with an air of the simplest devotion that Madame de Rênal asked Julien the questions she had to, if she was to do his errand properly.
"So," she said to him as she was leaving, "a small round box made of black cardboard, shiny."
"Yes, madame," replied Julien, with that hard look danger imparts to men. She climbed to the 3rd floor of the chateau, pale as if she were going to her death. To crown her misery, she felt as if she were about to faint, but the necessity of doing a good turn for Julien restored her strength.
"I must have that box," she said, quickening her step.
She heard her husband speaking to his valet in Julien's room itself. As luck would have it, they moved on to the children's bedroom. She raised the mattress and thrust her hand into the stuffing so violently that she skinned her fingers. But, though very sensitive to little hurts of that kind, she was unconscious of this one, for almost simultaneously she felt the slick surface of the cardboard box. She seized it and disappeared. No sooner was she delivered from her dread of being discovered by her husband than the horror inspired by that box made her feel that she was definitely on the point of fainting.
"So Julien is in love, and I have here a portrait of the woman he loves."
Seated on a chair in the anteroom of the apartment, Madame de Rênal became a prey to all the torments of jealousy, but her extreme ignorance was again useful to her at this juncture. Astonishment tempered her suffering. Julien appeared, grabbed the box without thanking her, without saying a word, and ran into his bedroom, where he made a fire and burned it in a minute. He was pale, wrung out. He exaggerated the extent of the risk he had just run.
"Imagine," he said to himself, shaking his head, "Napoleon's portrait found hidden in the room of a man who professes nothing but hatred for the usurper. Found by Monsieur de Rênal, so ultra and so irritated. And the height of recklessness, on its white cardboard backing, lines written in my own hand, which can leave no doubt about the warmth of my admiration, and each of those raptures of love is dated, one from the day before yesterday. My whole reputation ruined, wrecked in a moment," thought Julien as he watched the box burn up. "And my reputation is all I have. My living depends on it. And what a living at that! Good God!"
Weariness and self-pity inclined him an hour later to tenderness. Coming across Madame de Rênal, he took her hand and kissed it with more sincerity than he had ever felt before. She blushed with delight, but almost instantly pushed Julien away in a jealous rage. His pride, so recently wounded, made a fool of him in that moment. All Julien could see in Madame de Rênal was the rich woman. Letting her hand drop disdainfully, he walked away. He went out for a thoughtful stroll in the garden. Before long, a bitter smile appeared on his lips.
"Here I am, taking a walk at my ease like a man who is master of his own time. I am neglecting the children. I am exposing myself to Monsieur de Rênal's humiliating criticism, and he will have good reason."
He ran to the children's room. The affection of the youngest boy, of whom he was very fond, did much to calm his searing pain.
"This one doesn't despise me yet," thought Julien,
but he was soon reproaching himself for this diminution of his pain, as for a new weakness.
"These children hug me just as they would hug the hound puppy their father bought yesterday."
Chapter 10. A Big Heart and a Small Fortune. But passion most dissembles, yet betrays, even by its darkness, as the blackest sky foretells the heaviest tempest. Don Juan, Canto 1, stanza 73. Monsieur de Rênal, who was visiting all the bedrooms in the chateau, returned to the children's with the servants, who were bringing back the mattresses. For Julien, this man's sudden entrance was the last straw. Paler, gloomier than usual, he rushed toward him. Monsieur de Rênal halted and looked at his servants.
"Sir," Julien said, "do you think your children would have made the same progress with any other tutor? If your answer is no," Julien went on, not giving Monsieur de Rênal time to speak, "how dare you accuse me of neglecting them?"
Barely recovered from his fright, Monsieur de Rênal concluded from the strange tone he noticed the little peasant assume that he had some advantageous offer in his pocket and was about to leave him. Julien's anger increased as he spoke. "I can make a living without you, sir," he added. "I am truly sorry to see you so upset," answered Monsieur de Rênal, stammering a bit. The servants were just 10 feet away, busy making up the beds. "It will take more than that to put things right, sir," answered Julien, beside himself. "Think of the shameful things you said to me, and in front of women, too." Monsieur de Rênal understood only too well what Julien was after, and his soul was torn by a painful conflict. Julien, really mad with rage, happened to cry out, "I know where to go, sir, when I leave you." With these words, Monsieur de Rênal saw Julien installed in Monsieur Valenod's house. "Very well, sir," he said to him at length with a sigh, and looking as though he had just called in a surgeon for the most painful operation. "I accede to your demand. Starting the day after tomorrow, which is the 1st, I will give you 50 francs a month." Julien felt like laughing, but stood there stupefied. All his anger had vanished. "I couldn't despise him more, the dog," Julien said to himself. "That is no doubt the finest apology such a low-minded fellow can make." The children, who had been listening open-mouthed to this scene, ran into the garden to tell their mother that Monsieur Julien was very angry, and that he was going to have 50 francs a month. Julien followed them out of habit, without even looking at Monsieur de Rênal, whom he left deeply irritated. "There's 168 francs, said the mayor to himself, that Monsieur Valenod has cost me. I must absolutely have a word with him about his contract for supplying the foundling home." A few minutes later, Julien returned to face Monsieur de Rênal again. "I must speak with Monsieur Chélan about a matter of conscience. I have the honour to inform you that I will be absent for several hours." "Why, my dear Julien," said Monsieur de Rênal, with the falsest kind of laugh. "All day long, if you wish, all day tomorrow, too, my good friend. Take the gardener's horse to go to Verrières." "There he goes," Monsieur de Rênal said to himself, "on his way to give Valenod an answer. He hasn't promised me anything, but we must give this young hothead time to cool off." Julien got away quickly and climbed up into the great woods, through which one can go from Vergy to Verrières. He was in no hurry to reach Monsieur Chélan's house. Far from wishing to subject himself to a new scene of hypocrisy, he felt a need to look clearly into his soul and give a hearing to the crowd of feelings that were troubling him. "I have won a battle," he told himself, as soon as he saw he was in the woods and far from the sight of men. "Yes, I have won a battle." This phrase summed up his position in glowing colours and restored some measure of peace to his soul. "Here I am with a salary of 50 francs a month. Monsieur de Rênal must have had a good scare. But of what?" His speculations about what could have frightened the happy, powerful man, on whose account he had been boiling with rage an hour before, restored all of Julien's equanimity. For a moment he was almost alive to the ravishing beauty of the woods through which he was walking. Long ago, immense boulders had tumbled down the mountainside into the middle of the forest. Great beeches rose almost as high as those rocks, whose shade gave off a delightful coolness 3 feet from spots where the heat of the sun made it impossible to linger. Julien caught his breath for a while in the shadow of the great rocks, and then started climbing again. Before long, by following a narrow and barely visible path used only by goat-herds, he found himself standing upon an immense rock and certain of his isolation from all mankind. The thought of his physical position made him smile. To him it represented the moral position he was burning to attain. The pure air of those lofty mountains conveyed its serenity, and even its joy, to his heart. To be sure, the mayor of Verrières was still, in his opinion, the type of all the rich and insolent men on earth, but Julien realized that the hatred which had shaken him a while ago, despite its violence, had nothing personal in it. If he had stopped seeing Monsieur de Rênal, he would have forgotten the man, his chateau, his dogs, his children, and his whole family in a week. "I forced him, I don't know how, to make the greatest sacrifice. Think of it, more than 50 écus a year.
A few minutes before that I escaped from the greatest danger. That's 2 victories in one day. The second does me no credit. The important thing is to guess the reason for it. But tomorrow's soon enough for a careful inquiry. Julien, standing on his huge rock, looked up at the sky, set ablaze by an August sun. Cicadas were singing in the field below the rock. When they paused, there was total silence. At his feet he could see 20 leagues of countryside. From time to time he caught sight of a sparrow-hawk that, starting from the huge rocks above his head, was soaring noiselessly in vast circles. Julien's eye followed the bird of prey instinctively. Its calm and powerful movements impressed him. He envied its strength. He envied its isolation. Such was Napoleon's destiny. Would it one day be his? Chapter 11. An Evening Party. Yet Julia's very coldness still was kind, and tremulously gentle her small hand withdrew itself from his, but left behind a little pressure, thrilling, and so bland and slight, so very slight, that to the mind 'twas but a doubt. Don Juan, Canto 1, stanza 71. In any case, he still had to make sure he was seen in Verrières. Coming out of the rectory, he had the good luck to run into Monsieur Valenod, whom he hastened to inform of the increase in his salary. Once back at Vergy, Julien did not go down into the garden until nightfall. His heart was exhausted from the great number of powerful emotions that had been assailing it all day long. "What shall I say to them?" he asked himself anxiously, thinking about the ladies. He was far from seeing that his mind was precisely on a level with those trivial events which usually occupy a woman's whole interest. To Madame Derville, and even to her friend, Julien was often unintelligible, while he in turn would only half understand what they were saying to him. Such was the effect of the strength, and, if I dare say so, the grandeur of the passionate impulses that were playing havoc with this ambitious young man's soul. For this strange fellow, it was stormy almost every day. When he entered the garden that night, Julien felt disposed to take an interest in the pretty cousin's ideas. They were waiting impatiently for him. He took his usual seat beside Madame de Rênal. It soon grew very dark. He tried to take the white hand which for a long while he had seen resting on the back of a chair close by him. There was some indecision, but in the end it was withdrawn from his in such a way as to indicate annoyance. Julien was inclined to accept this as final and continue the conversation cheerfully, when he heard Monsieur de Rênal approach. His offensive language of the morning still rang in Julien's ears. He asked himself, wouldn't it be a good way to get even with this creature, on whom fortune has heaped every advantage, by taking hold of his wife's hand right under his nose? Yes, I'll do it. I, the man for whom he has shown such contempt. At that moment his peace of mind, so alien to Julien's character in any case, promptly deserted him. He anxiously wished, and was unable to think about anything else, that Madame de Rênal would leave her hand in his. Monsieur de Rênal was talking politics angrily. 2 or 3 of Verrières' industrialists had become decidedly richer than he, and meant to oppose him in the elections. Madame Derville was listening. Julien, irritated by this oration, edged his chair closer to Madame de Rênal's. Darkness covered all his movements. He risked placing his hand very close to the pretty arm left bare by her dress. He grew confused. He lost all control over his thoughts. He laid his cheek against that lovely arm. He dared to press his lips to it. Madame de Rênal shivered. Her husband was just a few feet away. She hastened to give Julien her hand, and at the same time push him off a bit. Since Monsieur de Rênal persisted in heaping abuse on the have-nots and Jacobins who got rich, Julien covered the hand that had been relinquished to him with passionate kisses, or so they seemed to Madame de Rênal. Nevertheless, the poor woman had had proof on this same fateful day that the man she adored, without admitting it to herself, loved elsewhere. All during Julien's absence she had been a prey to utter wretchedness, which had caused her to reflect. "What? Can this be love?" she kept asking herself. "Could I have fallen in love? I, a married woman, in love? But, she said to herself, I have never felt this sombre passion for my husband that makes it impossible for me to take my mind off Julien. Really, he's nothing but a child full of respect for me. This madness will pass. Whatever my feelings about this young man may be, what difference does it make to my husband? Monsieur de Rênal would be bored with the conversations I have with Julien about things of the imagination. He has nothing on his mind but business. I'm not taking anything from him to give to Julien. No hypocritical thought came to debase the purity of this simple soul, led astray by a passion it had never known before. She was deluding herself, though unawares, and yet a virtuous instinct had been startled. Such was the conflict that was troubling her when Julien appeared in the garden. She heard him speak, and in almost the same instant saw him sit down beside her. Her heart was, as it were, carried away by the bewitching happiness that for the past 2 weeks had amazed even more than beguiled her. For her, everything was unexpected. However, after a little while, she asked herself, Is Julien's presence enough, then, to make me forget all the wrong he has done? She was frightened. It was at this juncture that she withdrew her hand from his. His passionate kisses, the like of which she had never received, made her forget suddenly that he perhaps loved another woman. Soon he was no longer guilty in her eyes. The end of her keen suffering, daughter of suspicion, a present happiness of which she had never dreamed, sent her into raptures of love and wild gaiety. It was a charming evening for everyone, except the mayor of Ferrières, who couldn't take his mind off the newly rich industrialists. Julien gave no further thought to his dark ambition or to his scheme, so difficult of execution. For the first time in his life he was swept away by the power of beauty, lost in a vague and gentle reverie so foreign to his character, and gently pressing a hand that struck him as perfectly lovely. He half listened to the rustling of the lime-tree foliage and the dogs at the mill of the Doubs, barking in the distance. But this emotion was pleasure and not passion. On the way back to his room he had but one delight in mind, that of returning to his favourite book. At 20, one's idea of the world and the impression one intends to make on it prevail over everything else. In a short while, however, he put down the book. By dint of pondering over Napoleon's victories, he had a new insight into his own. Yes, I have won a battle, he told himself, but I must profit by it. I must crush that conceited gentleman's pride while he is still in retreat. That was the heart of Napoleon's strategy. He accuses me of neglecting his children. I must ask for a 3-day leave to go and see my friend Fouquet. If he refuses, I will force his hand again, but he will give in. Madame de Rênal couldn't sleep a wink. It seemed to her that up to then she had never lived. She couldn't take her mind off the happiness of feeling Julien cover her hand with flaming kisses. All of a sudden, the dreadful word adulteress occurred to her. Everything disgusting that the vilest lewdness might impart to the idea of sensual love came crowding into her imagination. Ideas of this sort were doing their worst to tarnish the tender and divine image she had made of Julien, and of her happiness in loving him. The future loomed before her in terrible shapes. She saw herself as a despicable woman. It was a ghastly moment. Her soul had crossed into alien territory. That evening she had tasted a happiness unknown to her. Now she was plunged into the most atrocious agony. She had no idea of such suffering. It affected her reason. For an instant she thought of confessing to her husband that she was afraid of falling in love with Julien. It would give her a chance to talk about him. Fortunately, she happened to remember a precept her aunt had once given her on the eve of her marriage. It had to do with the dangers of confiding in a husband who is, after all, one's master. Out of unbearable suffering, she kept wringing her hands. She was being dragged this way and that by painful and conflicting visions. 1 minute, she was afraid of not being loved. The next minute, the horrible idea of crime tormented her as much as if she was slated to be pilloried the next day in the public square, with a placard around her neck proclaiming adultery to the whole populace. Madame de Rênal had no experience of life. Even fully awake and in full possession of her faculties, she would not have seen any real distinction between being guilty in the sight of God
and in being publicly harassed by the noisiest manifestation of popular scorn. When the hideous idea of adultery, and all the shame that, in her opinion, the crime carries with it, left her a moment's peace, and while she was dreaming of how sweet it would be to live with Julien innocently, as in the past, she found herself driven to face the horrible thought that he loved another woman. She could still see how pale he had been when he was worried about losing that woman's portrait, or of compromising her by letting it be seen. For the first time she had caught a glimpse of fear in his countenance, otherwise so calm and so noble. Never had she seen him disturbed to such a degree, either on her account or her children's. This surplus of pain brought her to the most intense pitch of suffering the human soul can bear. Unconsciously, Madame de Rênal cried out in the night, and wakened her chambermaid. All of a sudden she saw a light appear at her bedside, and recognized Elisa.
"Is it you he loves?"
she cried out in her derangement. Fortunately, the chambermaid, astonished at the frightfully disordered state in which she had come upon her mistress, paid no attention to her odd question. Madame de Rênal realized her indiscretion.
"I have a fever," she told her, "and a bit of delirium, I think. Stay with me."
Completely wakened by the need to restrain herself, she felt less miserable. Reason covered the authority of which her half-somnolent state had deprived it. To rid herself of her maid's intense stare, she ordered her to read the newspaper, and it was to the monotonous sound of this girl's voice, reading a long article out of the Daily, that Madame de Rênal made the virtuous resolution to treat Julien with perfect coldness the next time she saw him. Chapter 12. A Trip. In Paris one finds elegant people. In the provinces there may be people with character. Sieyes. By 5 o'clock the next morning, before Madame de Rênal was up and about, Julien had obtained a 3 days' leave from her husband. Contrary to his expectations, he felt a desire to see her again. He kept thinking about her pretty hand. He went down into the garden. Madame de Rênal made him wait a long time, but if Julien had been in love with her, he would have noticed, behind the half-closed shutters on the second floor, her forehead pressed against the window-pane. She was watching him. In the end, despite her resolutions, she decided to make an appearance in the garden. Her usual pallor had given way to the liveliest colouring. This artless woman was obviously troubled. A feeling of constraint, even of anger, altered her expression of deep serenity, and so it seemed of superiority to all the common concerns of life, an expression which had lent such charm to that heavenly face. Julien went over to her eagerly. He admired those beautiful arms which a shawl thrown on hastily had left uncovered. The coolness of the morning air seemed to heighten still further the radiance of a complexion that the commotion of the night before had but rendered all the more sensitive to every kind of impression. It seemed to Julien that this woman's beauty, modest and touching, yet so thoughtful, a kind not to be found among the lower classes at all, revealed to him a faculty of his own soul that he had never suspected. Lost in admiration of the charms his avid gaze had chanced upon, he completely forgot about the friendly welcome he had been expecting. He was all the more astonished then by the icy coldness she kept trying to show him, and through which he believed he could make out an intention to put him in his place. The smile of pleasure died on his lips. He remembered the position he occupied in society, and especially in the eyes of a rich and noble heiress. In a moment there was nothing to be seen in his features but haughtiness and anger with himself. He felt a violent spite against himself for having been foolish enough to put off his departure by more than an hour, only to be given such a humiliating reception. Only a fool, he told himself, gets angry with others. A stone falls because it is heavy. Will I always behave like a child? When will I ever acquire the good habit of giving those people only as much of my heart as they pay for? If I want to be esteemed by them as well as by myself, I will have to show them that though my poverty may do business with their wealth, My heart is 1,000 leagues removed from their insolence, and set in too high a sphere to be reached by their petty marks of disdain or favour. While such sentiments were crowding into the young tutor's soul, his mobile countenance took on an expression of outraged pride and ferocity. It troubled Madame de Rênal no end. The virtuous chill she had meant to inject into her welcome gave way to an expression of interest, and of an interest quickened by all her surprise at the sudden change she had just witnessed. The empty remarks people make to one another in the morning about their health, about the beauty of the day, gave out for both of them at the same time. Julien, whose judgment was not disturbed by any passion, soon found a way of letting Madame de Rênal know how far he was from considering himself on a friendly footing with her. Saying nothing about the little trip he was about to take, he bowed and left. While she watched him go, dismayed at the sullen haughtiness she had seen in his look, so friendly the night before, her eldest son came running from the end of the garden and said as he kissed her, "We have a holiday. Monsieur Julien is going on a trip." At these words, Madame de Rênal felt stricken with a mortal chill. She was wretched because of her virtue, and even more wretched because of her weakness. This latest event engrossed her whole imagination. She was carried well beyond those wise resolutions for which she was indebted to the terrible night she had just passed. It was no longer a question of whether to resist this charming lover, but of losing him forever. She had to sit through lunch. To crown her suffering, Monsieur de Rênal and Madame Derville spoke of nothing but Julien's departure. The mayor of Verrières had noticed something unusual about the firm tone in which he had asked for a leave. "There's no doubt but the little peasant has an offer from someone in his pocket, but that someone, even if it's Monsieur Valenod, must feel a bit discouraged by the sum of 600 francs, to which he is now obliged to raise the annual outlay. Yesterday in Verrières he must have asked that person for 3 days' time to think it over, and this morning, to avoid my questions, the little gentleman goes off to the mountains. Imagine having to reckon with a miserable workman who's grown insolent, and yet that's what we've come to." "Since my husband, who doesn't realize how deeply he has wounded Julien, thinks he will leave us, what am I to believe?" Madame de Rênal asked herself. "Ah, it's all decided." So that she might at least weep freely and not have to answer Madame Derville's questions, she said something about a frightful headache and went to bed. "There's a woman for you," repeated Monsieur de Rênal. "Something's always going wrong with those complicated machines." And he went away scoffing. While Madame de Rênal was being preyed upon by the cruelest torments of the terrible passion in which chance had involved her, Julien was gaily making his way through some of the most beautiful scenery mountains can afford. He had to cross over the high range to the north of Vergy. Rising by degrees in the midst of a great beech wood, the path he was following zigzagged endlessly up the high mountain slope that walls in the valley of the Doubs on the north. Before long our travellers' gaze, after having passed over and beyond the smaller slopes that channel the course of the Doubs towards the south, extended as far as the fertile plains of Burgundy and of Beaujolais. However indifferent the ambitious young man's soul might be to beauty of this sort, he couldn't help but stop from time to time and gaze at a spectacle so vast and awe-inspiring. Eventually he attained the great mountain's summit, close to which he would have to pass in order, by this shortcut, to reach the isolated valley where his friend Fouquet, the young wood dealer, lived. Julien was in no hurry to see him or any other human being. Hidden like a bird of prey among the barren rocks that crown the great mountain, he could spot anyone coming toward him from a long way off. He discovered a small cave halfway up the almost vertical slope of one of the rocks. He took it at a run and was soon holed up in this retreat. "Here," he told himself, his eyes shining with joy, "men cannot harm me." He thought he might allow himself the pleasure of writing out his thoughts, a dangerous thing to do anywhere else. A flat stone served as a desk. His pen flew. He was completely oblivious to his surroundings. He noted eventually that the sun was going down behind the distant mountains of Beaujolais. "Why shouldn't I spend the evening here?" he asked himself. "I have bread, and I am free." At the sound of that great word, his soul exulted. His hypocrisy was such that he couldn't feel free even in Fouquet's house. Supporting his head in both hands, stirred by his dreams and his happiness over this newfound freedom, Julien sat in his cave looking out over the plain, and was happier than he had ever been in his whole life. Without paying any attention, he watched the twilight rays fade out one by one. In the midst of this vast darkness, his soul was lost in contemplation of what he imagined he would one day meet with in Paris. First of all, there would be a woman, far more beautiful, more intelligent by far than any he had ever seen in the country. He would love her passionately. He would be loved in return. If he should tear himself away from her for a while, it would be only to cover himself with glory and deserve to be loved still more. Even supposing he had Julien's imagination, any young man who had grown up among the sad realities of Parisian society would have been roused from his fiction at this point by the cold irony of life. His dream of great deeds would have vanished with the hope of a chance to perform them, and would have made way for the well-known maxim, "Leave your mistress behind, and you run the risk, alas, of being cheated 3 or 4 times a day." But this young peasant saw nothing standing between him and the most heroic deeds but a want of opportunity. Pitch darkness had replaced daylight, and he still had 2 leagues of downhill climbing ahead of him to reach the hamlet where Fouquet lived. Before he left the small cave, Julien lit a fire and carefully burned everything he had written. It was a big surprise for his friend when he knocked on his door at 1 in the morning. He found Fouquet busy keeping his accounts. He was a tall young man, rather badly built, with big, hard features, an endless nose, and a great deal of good-naturedness lurking beneath this repulsive exterior. "Have you had a falling out with your Monsieur de Rênal, then? Is that what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Julien related to him, with appropriate omissions, what had happened the day before. "Stay with me," Fouquet said to him. "I can see that you know Monsieur de Rênal, Monsieur Valenod, Montgiron, the sub-prefect, and Father Chelin. You know all their tricks. You're ready to go to cautions and bid. You're better at arithmetic than I am. You can keep my accounts. I make a lot of money in my business, but because I can't do everything myself, and because I'm afraid of running into a crook in any man I ask to be my partner, I'm forced to turn down some fine deals every day. Less than a month ago, I let Michaud de Saint-Amand make 6,000 francs. I hadn't seen him for 6 years, and happened to run across him at the timber sale in Pontarlier. Why shouldn't you have made those 6,000 francs, or at least 3,000? If I'd had you along with me that day, I would have raised the bid on that cutting, and in no time all the others would have left it to me. Be my partner." This offer put Julien in a bad mood. It interfered with his mania. During the supper, which the 2 friends prepared themselves, like Homer's heroes, since Fouquet lived alone, he showed Julien his ledgers and proved to him how many advantages his lumber business had to offer. Fouquet had the highest regard for Julien's intelligence and character. When the latter was finally alone in his small room made of fir boards, he remarked to himself, "It's true, I could make a few thousand francs here, and then, with that advantage, take up a military career or go into the priesthood, depending on whichever was fashionable in France at the time. The little purse I would have got together would spare me any worries about finances. Isolated in the mountains, I would have a chance to dispel a little of my frightful ignorance about so many things gentlemen discuss in drawing-rooms. But Fouquet has given up the idea of marriage, and he keeps telling me that solitude depresses him. It's obvious that if he's willing to take on a partner who has no capital to put into his business, he hopes to find a companion who will never leave him." "Shall I play false to my friend?" Julien cried out angrily. This individual for whom hypocrisy and a total lack of human sympathy were the usual means of self-preservation, could not, in this instance, bear the thought of the slightest dishonesty with regard to a man who loved him. But all of a sudden Julien was glad. He had found a reason for refusing. "What? Am I to waste 7 or 8 years in such a faint-hearted way? That would bring me to my 28th birthday. By that time Bonaparte's greatest achievements were behind him. And after I had humbly earned a bit of money by running to all these timber sales, and by currying favour with a few crooked subalterns,
Who can say whether I would still have the sacred fire by which one makes a name? The next morning, Julien very coolly gave the good Fouquet, who considered their partnership a foregone conclusion, his answer, to the effect that a call to sacred orders would not allow him to accept. Fouquet couldn't get over it. "But do you realize that I'm offering you a partnership, or if you prefer, to pay you 4,000 francs a year? And do you want to go back to your Monsieur de Rênal, a man who despises you like the mud on his shoes? When you are 200 louis ahead, what's to keep you from going into the seminary? Better than that, I'll see to it that you get the best parish in the department, for," added Fouquet, lowering his voice, "I supply firewood to and monsieur, I deliver them top-grade oak, for which they pay me the price of deal, but money was never better invested." Nothing could prevail against Julien's calling. In the end, Fouquet decided that he was a bit mad. Early the third morning, Julien left his friend to spend the day among the rocks on the great mountain. He located his little cave again, but had lost his peace of mind. His friend's offer had deprived him of it. Like Hercules, he found himself caught, not between vice and virtue, but between mediocrity leading to guaranteed security, and all the heroic dreams of his youth. "So there is no real firmness of purpose in me," he said to himself. This was the doubt that hurt him most. "I am not cut from the same stuff out of which great men are made, since I am afraid that 8 years spent getting my bread will rob me of the sublime energy it takes to do extraordinary things." Chapter 13. Open-work stockings. The novel. It's a mirror one carries down a road. Saint-Réal. When Julien caught sight of the picturesque ruins of Vergy's ancient church, he noticed that for the last couple of days he hadn't once thought about Madame de Rênal. "As I was taking my leave the other day, that woman reminded me of the infinite distance that separates us. She treated me like a workman's son. Doubtless she meant to make it clear how much she regretted letting me hold her hand the night before. All the same, it's a mighty pretty hand. What charm, what nobility in that woman's glance!" The possibility of making his fortune with Fouquet lent a certain facility to Julien's efforts at thinking things through. They were not so often spoiled by irritation and by a keen sense of his poverty and his insignificance in the eyes of the world. As though, standing on a high promontory, he was able to judge and, so to speak, look down on both extreme poverty and easy circumstances, which he still called wealth. He was far from judging his position philosophically, but he was clear-sighted enough to feel that he was different after his little trip into the mountains. He was struck by the extreme nervousness with which Madame de Rênal listened to his short account of his trip, for which she had asked. Fouquet had had plans for marriage and unhappy love affairs. The two friends' conversations had been filled with lengthy confidences about these subjects. After having found happiness too soon, Fouquet had become aware that he was not the only one to enjoy his mistress's favours. These various revelations had amazed Julien. He learned many new things. His solitary life, compounded of imagination and suspicion, had kept him away from any experience that might have enlightened him. During his absence, life for Madame de Rênal had been nothing but a succession of different tortures, all unbearable. She was really ill. "Above all," Madame Derville said to her when she saw Julien arrive, "ailing as you are, you must not go down into the garden tonight. The damp air will only aggravate your condition." Madame Derville noted with astonishment that her friend, whom Monsieur de Rênal was always scolding for the extreme simplicity of her dress, had just put on open-work stockings and a pair of charming little shoes from Paris. For the last 3 days, Madame de Rênal's only distraction had been to cut a summer dress out of a pretty little fabric that was all the style, and to have Elisa sew it as fast as she could. It was impossible to finish the dress until a few minutes after Julien's arrival. Madame de Rênal put it on at once. Her friend no longer had any doubts. "She's in love, poor thing," said Madame Derville to herself. She understood all the odd symptoms of her illness. She saw her talking with Julien.
The most vivid redness gave way to a pallor. Anxiety was depicted in her eyes, which were fastened on the young tutors. Madame de Rênal was expecting him at any moment to make clear his intentions and announce that he was leaving the house, or staying. Julien wasn't trying to avoid the subject. It hadn't entered his thoughts. After a frightful struggle, and in a trembling voice that revealed all her passion, Madame de Rênal finally dared to ask him, "Are you going to leave your pupils to take a position somewhere else?" Julien was struck by Madame de Rênal's uncertain voice, and by her look. "That woman's in love with me," he told himself, "but after this passing weakness, for which her pride is reproaching her now, and as soon as she no longer has my departure to fear, she will revert to her haughty ways again." Julien made this review of their relative positions in a flash. He answered hesitantly, "It would pain me deeply to leave such likeable and such well-born children, but it may be necessary to do so. One has obligations to oneself as well." As he pronounced the words "such well-born," it was one of those aristocratic expressions Julien had learned a short time before. He was moved by a strong feeling of alienation. "In this woman's opinion," he thought, "I am not well-born." As she listened to him, Madame de Rênal admired his intelligence, his beauty, her heart transfixed by the possibility of his departure, at which he had hinted. All her friends from Verrières who had been to dine at Vergy during Julien's absence seemed to vie with one another in congratulating her on the astonishing man her husband had had the good luck to dig up. This did not mean that anyone was in the least aware of how much progress the children had made. The feat of learning the Bible by heart, and what's more, in Latin, evoked a feeling of admiration in Verrières' citizens that will probably last for a century. Julien, who never talked with anyone, knew nothing of this. If Madame de Rênal had had the least presence of mind, she would have complimented him on the reputation he had acquired for himself, and once his pride was set at ease, he would have been gentle and kind to her, all the more so because he thought her new dress charming. Madame de Rênal, also pleased with her pretty dress, and with what Julien said about it, suggested a little stroll around the garden. In a short while she confessed that she was unable to walk. She had taken the traveller's arm, but far from giving her strength, contact with that arm had robbed her of the little she had. It was night. They had no more than sat down when Julien, exercising his old privilege, dared apply his lips to his pretty neighbour's arm and take her hand. He was thinking about how forward Fouquet had been with his mistresses, and not about Madame de Rênal. The word well-born still weighed on his heart. He felt his hand being squeezed, and this gave him no pleasure. Far from being proud of, or at least grateful for, the feelings Madame de Rênal portrayed that night by too obvious signs, he was all but indifferent to her beauty, her elegance, her freshness. There is no doubt that purity of soul and the absence of every hateful emotion prolong the term of youth. It is the physiognomy that ages first in most pretty women. Julien sulked all evening. Up to that time he had been angry with chance and society alone. Now that Fouquet had offered him an ignoble way to affluence, he was irritated with himself. Though he spoke a few words to the ladies from time to time, Julien, all wrapped up in his thoughts, ended by letting go of Madame de Rênal's hand without noticing what he had done. His gesture completely unsettled the poor woman. In it she saw a premonition of her fate. Certain of Julien's affection, her virtue might have found the strength to resist him. Fearful of losing him forever, she was led so far astray by her passion as to clasp Julien's hand again, which he had absent-mindedly left lying on the back of the chair. This action roused the ambitious youth. He wished it could be witnessed by all those proud nobles who, at table, when he was sitting at the lower end with the children, would look at him with such a patronizing smile. "This woman is no longer capable of looking down on me, in which case," he told himself, "I ought to be susceptible to her beauty. I owe it to myself to become her lover." Such an idea would never have entered his mind before he heard his friend's naive confidences. The sudden decision he had just taken provided him with a pleasant diversion. He said to himself, "I must have one of these two women." He realized that he would have much preferred to court Madame Derville, not that she was better company, but because she had always known him as a tutor honoured for his learning, and not as a journeyman carpenter with a ratteen coat folded up under his arm, as he had appeared to Madame de Rênal. It was precisely as a young workman, blushing to the roots of his hair, standing at the front door to her house, and not daring to ring, that Madame de Rênal pictured him most charmingly. This woman, whom the bourgeoisie of the district claimed to be so haughty, rarely thought about class, and the slightest proof of character easily won out in her mind over anything promised by a man's rank. A carter who had shown courage was more courageous to her way of thinking than any terrible captain of the hussars adorned with moustache and pipe. She believed that Julien had a nobler soul than any of her cousins, all gentlemen born, and several among them titled. As he went on reviewing his position, Julien saw that he must give up the idea of making a conquest of Madame Derville, who was probably aware of the marked preference Madame de Rênal kept showing him. Thrown back on the latter, Julien asked himself, "What do I know about this woman's character? Only this. Before my trip I used to take her hand. She kept pulling it away. Today I pulled my hand away. She took it and squeezed it. A good chance to pay her back for looking down her nose at me. God knows how many lovers she's had. Perhaps she decided in my favour only because it's easy for us to see one another." Such is, alas, the unhappy consequence of too much civilization. At 20, a young man's heart, if he has any breeding, is 1,000 leagues removed from that casualness without which love is often no more than the most tedious of duties. "I owe it to myself to succeed with this woman," Julien's petty vanity went on, "especially because it will allow me, if ever I make my fortune and someone should criticize me for having done such lowly work as tutoring, to imply that love brought me to such a pass." Once more Julien withdrew his hand from Madame de Rênal's, then took it again with a squeeze. As they were returning to the drawing-room around midnight, Madame de Rênal asked in a whisper, "Are you leaving us? Are you going away?" Julien answered with a sigh, "I must go, for I love you passionately. That is a sin, and what a sin for a young priest." Madame de Rênal leaned on Julien's arm, but with such abandon that her cheek could feel the warmth of his. Nights were very different for these two persons. Madame de Rênal was exalted by raptures of the loftiest moral passion. The flirtatious girl who comes to know love early in life grows used to its ups and downs. By the time she reaches the age of true passion, the charm of novelty has worn off. Since Madame de Rênal had never read any novels, every shade of her happiness was new to her. No sad truth had come to chill it, not even the spectre of the future. She saw herself just as happy in 10 years as she was at that moment. Even the thought of the vow of chastity and fidelity she had sworn to Monsieur de Rênal, which had troubled her a few days before, presented itself in vain. She sent it on its way like an unwelcome guest. "I will never give in to him the least little bit," said Madame de Rênal. "We will live in the future just as we have lived during the past month. He will be a friend." Chapter 14. English Scissors. A young girl of 16 had a skin like a rose, and she put on rouge. Polidori. As for Julien, Fouquet's offer had, in effect, driven all his happiness away. He couldn't settle on any course of action. "Alas, it must be that I lack character. I would have made a poor soldier for Napoleon. At least," he added, "my little affair with the mistress of the house will give me something to do for a while." Fortunately for him, even in this minor incident, his deepest feelings were at variance with his cavalier language. He was afraid of Madame de Rênal because of her very pretty dress. In his eyes, this dress was the avant-garde of Paris. His pride would not allow him to leave anything to chance or to the inspiration of the moment. Drawing on Fouquet's confidences and the little he had read about love in the Bible, he planned a detailed offensive, since, without admitting it to himself, he was very nervous. He wrote out his plan. The next morning, Madame de Rênal was alone with him in the drawing-room for a few minutes. She asked,
"Have you no other name but Julien?"
Our hero didn't know how to answer this very flattering question. Such an eventuality had not been allowed for in his plan. But for this foolish business of making a plan, Julien's quick wit would have served him well. Surprise would simply have added to the sharpness of his observations. He was awkward, and thought himself more awkward than he was. Madame de Rênal readily pardoned this in him. She saw it as an effect of a charming candour, and what, precisely in her opinion, had been lacking in this man, whom everyone had found so intelligent, was an air of candour.
"I don't trust your little tutor," Madame Derville would say to her now and then. "He gives me the impression that he thinks all the time, and never acts without a motive. He's a sly one."
Julien went on feeling mortified by the disaster of his not having known how to answer Madame de Rênal.
"A man like me owes it to himself to make up for this reverse."
And seizing on the moment when they were passing from one room into another, he judged it his duty to give Madame de Rênal a kiss. Nothing could have been less prepared for, nothing more unpleasant for him as well as for her, nothing more risky. It's a wonder they weren't seen. Madame de Rênal thought he was crazy. She was frightened and above all shocked. This blunder reminded her of Monsieur Valenod.
"What would happen to me," she asked herself, "if I were alone with him?"
All her virtue returned, for her love had vanished. She arranged to have one of the children near her at all times. It was a tedious day for Julien. He spent all of it clumsily executing his plan of seduction. He did not once look at Madame de Rênal without there being a reason for that look. Nevertheless, he was not so foolish as to miss the fact that he was not succeeding at all in being amiable, much less seductive. Madame de Rênal couldn't get over her astonishment at finding him so awkward and at the same time so bold.
"This is the man of parts made shy by love,"
she told herself eventually with inexpressible joy.
"Is it possible that my rival has never returned his love?"
After lunch, Madame de Rênal went back to the drawing-room to receive a call from Monsieur Charcot de Maugiron, the sub-prefect of Braille. She set to work at a little tapestry loom on a tall stand. Madame Derville was at her side. It was in this position and in broadest daylight that our hero thought fit to advance his boot and press the pretty foot of Madame de Rênal, whose open-work stocking and charming shoe from Paris were obviously catching the gallant sub-prefect's eye. Madame de Rênal had an awful fright. She let drop her scissors, her skein of wool, and her needles, so that Julien's action might pass for an awkward attempt to catch the falling scissors, which he had seen slipping. Luckily, these little scissors, made of English steel, broke, and Madame de Rênal went on and on about how sorry she was Julien hadn't been sitting closer to her.
"You saw them fall before I did. You might have caught them. Instead of that, your eagerness has led to nothing but a good hard kick for me."
The sub-prefect was taken in, but not Madame Derville.
"This pretty boy behaves like a fool," she thought.
The decorum of a provincial capital never pardons breaches of that sort. Madame de Rênal found the right moment to tell Julien,
"Be careful, that is an order."
Julien saw his clumsiness. He was annoyed. He deliberated for a long time as to whether he ought to take offence at the words, "that is an order." He was simple-minded enough to think, "She has a right to tell me that is an order if it has to do with the children's education, but in responding to my love, she implies that we are equals. Love without equality is impossible." And he racked his brains for commonplaces about equality. He kept repeating to himself wrathfully a line from Corneille that Madame Derville had taught him a few days before. Love creates equalities and does not seek them. Julien, who had never had a mistress in his life, persisted in playing the role of a Don Juan and kept making an ass of himself all day long. He had only one decent idea. Bored with himself and Madame de Rênal, he noted with terror that evening was drawing near, when he would be seated beside her in the garden in the dark. He told Monsieur de Rênal that he was going to Verrières to see the curé. He left after dinner and did not return until late that night. In Verrières, Julien found Monsieur Chelon busy moving. He had finally been dismissed. He was being replaced by the Vicar Maslon. Julien gave the good curé a hand, and it occurred to him to write Fouquet that the irresistible calling he felt for the holy priesthood had at first kept him from accepting his kind offer, but that he had just seen such a flagrant example of injustice that it would perhaps be better for his own salvation if he did not go into sacred orders. Julien congratulated himself for being shrewd enough to take advantage of the curé's dismissal, to leave a door open for himself so he could go into business, if in his spirit dreary prudence should ever get the best of heroism. Chapter 15. Cock's Crow. Amour en latin fect amour, or donc provient d'amour l'amour, et par avant celui qui mord, deuil, pleurs, piège, forfaits, remord. Blason d'amour. If Julien had had a little of that cleverness he imputed to himself so freely, he might have congratulated himself the next day on the effect produced by his trip to Verrières. Absence caused the ladies to forget his bungling. All that day, too, he was sullen. Toward evening an absurd idea crossed his mind, and he communicated it to Madame de Rênal with rare intrepidity. They were no more than seated in the garden when Julien, not waiting until it was dark enough, put his mouth to Madame de Rênal's ear, and at the risk of compromising her horribly, said, "Madame, tonight at 2 o'clock I am coming to your room. There's something I must tell you." Julien trembled for fear that his request might be granted. The role of seducer weighed on his mind so heavily that had he been free to follow his own inclination, he would have retired to his room for several days, never to see those ladies again. He realized that yesterday's subtle tactics had spoiled the fine impression he had made the day before, and really he didn't know which way to turn. Madame de Rênal responded with a real and by no means exaggerated indignation to the impertinent announcement Julien had had the audacity to make. He thought he detected scorn in her curt answer. It's certain that in this reply, spoken in a whisper, the words, "For shame," had occurred. Under the pretext of having something to tell the children, Julien went to their bedroom, and on his return sat down beside Madame Derville, a good distance from Madame de Rênal. Thus he removed any possibility of taking her hand. The conversation was serious, and Julien held up his own end of it very well, if we accept a few moments of silence during which he was racking his brains. "Why," he was asking himself, "can't I think up some fine manoeuvre and force Madame de Rênal once more into showing me those unmistakable signs of affection that led me 3 days ago to believe she was mine?" Julien was dismayed at the almost desperate state of affairs into which he had got himself, yet nothing would have embarrassed him more than success. When the company parted at midnight, his pessimism made him believe that he enjoyed Madame Derville's contempt, and that he was probably not on much better terms with Madame de Rênal. Humiliated and in a foul temper, Julien didn't sleep. Yet he was 1,000 miles away from any thought of forswearing all sham, all his schemes, and of living with Madame de Rênal on a day-to-day basis, contenting himself like a child with the happiness each day would bring. He wearied his brain trying to think up expert manoeuvres. A moment later they would all seem ridiculous. He was, in short, thoroughly miserable when the chateau clock struck 2. This sound roused him, just as the cock's crow roused St. Peter. In that instant he saw himself at the most painful juncture of his life. He hadn't given another thought to his impudent proposition since he made it. It had been so poorly received. "I told her I would go to her room at 2 o'clock, he said to himself as he got up. "I am as inexperienced and boorish as a peasant's son should be. Madame Derville made that clear enough. But at least I won't be weak." Julien had reason to think highly of his courage. He had never forced himself to do anything more painful. When he opened his door, he was shaking so that his knees gave way beneath him, and he was obliged to lean against the wall. He was barefoot. He went to listen at Monsieur de Rênal's door. He could make out his snoring. He was sorry indeed. So there was no longer any excuse for not going to her room. But, good God, what would he do there? He had no plan, and even if he had one, he felt so upset that he would have been in no condition to follow it through. At last, suffering 1,000 times more than if he were walking to his death, he stepped into the short corridor just off Madame de Rênal's room. With a trembling hand, and making a frightful racket, he opened her door. There was light. A night light was burning in the fireplace. He was not prepared for this fresh calamity. On seeing him enter, Madame de Rênal jumped out of bed. "Wretch!" she cried. There was a moment's confusion. Julien forgot his useless plan and reverted to his natural self. Not to find favour in the eyes of such a lovely woman seemed to him the worst of misfortunes. His only answer to her reproaches was to throw himself at her feet and clasp her knees. Since she said some very harsh things to him, he burst into tears. When Julien left Madame de Rênal's bedroom some hours later, it might be said, in the style of the novel, that he had nothing more to desire. He was, in fact, obliged to the love he had inspired, and to the unexpected impression her seductive charms had made on him, for a conquest that all his clumsy manoeuvring could never have brought off. Yet, victim of a bizarre pride, even in the sweetest moments he still aspired to the role of a man who is used to subjugating women. He applied himself with incredible effort to spoil whatever was likable about him. Instead of being attentive to the raptures he had awakened, and to the remorse that only heightened their intensity, he could think of nothing but his duty. He dreaded the terrible regret and sense of everlasting ridicule that must follow, should he lose sight of the model he had proposed for himself. In a word, what made Julien a superior person was precisely what kept him from relishing the happiness that lay at his feet. He was like the 16-year-old girl with a lovely complexion who, when she goes to a ball, has the crazy notion of putting rouge on her face. At first, mortally terrified by Julien's appearance, Madame de Rênal was soon a prey to the most agonizing fears. Julien's despair and his tears troubled her profoundly. Even when she had nothing left to refuse him, she kept pushing Julien away out of real indignation, and would then fling herself into his arms. There was no design apparent in this behaviour. She believed she was damned beyond remission, and kept trying to hide from her vision of hell by covering Julien with the most passionate kisses. In short, nothing would have been wanting to our hero's happiness, not even a burning tenderness in the woman he had just swept off her feet, had he but known how to enjoy it. Julien's departure did not put an end to the raptures that kept surging through her in spite of herself, or her struggles against a feeling of remorse that was tearing her apart.
My God! To be happy? To be loved? Is that all there is to it?
Such was Julien's first thought when he got back to his room. He was in that state of astonishment and uneasiness into which a man who has just obtained what he has long desired may lapse. He is used to desiring, has nothing more to desire, and hasn't as yet any memories. Like the soldier who comes back from a parade, Julien was busy reviewing every detail of his conduct.
Have I failed in any way with respect to what I owe myself? Have I played my part well?
Which part? That of a man who is used to having his way with women. Chapter 16. Next day. He turned his lips to hers, and with his hand called back the tangles of her wandering hair. Don Juan, Canto 1, stanza 170. Luckily for Julien's self-esteem, Madame de Rênal had been too agitated, too astonished, to see the foolishness of the man who in a moment had become all the world to her. While she was urging him to leave, seeing that day was breaking, she said, "Oh, my God, if my husband has heard any noise, I am lost." Julien, who still had time for a few stock phrases, remembered this one.
"Would you be sorry to die?" "Ah, very sorry at this moment, but I could never be sorry for having known you."
Julien considered it beneath his dignity not to go back to his room by broad daylight carelessly. The sustained attention he gave to his smallest gestures, with the crazy idea in mind of looking like a man of experience, had only one advantage. When he saw Madame de Rênal again at breakfast, his conduct was a masterpiece of circumspection. As for her, she couldn't look at him without blushing to the whites of her eyes, and couldn't live for a minute without looking at him. She realized the state she was in, and her efforts to conceal it only made matters worse. Julien raised his eyes but once to look at her. At first Madame de Rênal admired his prudence, but after a while, seeing that this single glance was not repeated, she grew alarmed.
"Can it be that he doesn't love me any more?" she asked herself. "Alas, I am much too old for him. I am 10 years older than he."
As they were passing from the drawing-room into the garden, she squeezed Julien's hand. Surprised at such an extraordinary token of love, he gazed at her passionately, for she had seemed very pretty to him during breakfast, and with eyes lowered all the while he had spent the whole time going over her charms, item by item. That look comforted Madame de Rênal. It did not relieve her of all her anxieties, but her anxieties relieved her almost entirely of the remorse she felt with regard to her husband. This husband hadn't seen a thing at breakfast. The same did not hold for Madame Derville. She believed Madame de Rênal was on the point of succumbing. Out of friendship she assailed her all day long with bold and incisive hints that were meant to picture for her in the most hideous colours the danger she was running. Madame de Rênal was dying to be alone with Julien. She wanted to ask him if he still loved her. Despite the unfailing sweetness of her character, she was several times on the point of letting her lady friend know what a bother she was. That night, in the garden, Madame Derville arranged things so well that she found herself seated between Madame de Rênal and Julien. Madame de Rênal, who had delighted in imagining the pleasure of clasping Julien's hand and of raising it to her lips, couldn't even talk to him. This hitch added to her anxiety. She was consumed by one misgiving. She had scolded Julien so much for his foolhardiness in coming to her bedroom the night before that she feared he might not come tonight. She left the garden early and went to install herself in her room, but, unable to resist her impatience, she went and glued her ear to Julien's door. Despite the doubt and passion that were devouring her, she dared not enter. She considered such behaviour the lowest of the low, for it serves as the theme of an old saw in the provinces. Not all the servants were in bed. Discretion forced her at length to return to her room. 2 hours of waiting were 2 centuries of torment. But Julien was too faithful to what he called his duty to fail in the execution, step by step, of what he had set himself to do. When 1 o'clock struck, he slipped out quietly, made sure the master of the house was soundly asleep, and appeared in Madame de Rênal's room. That night he found greater happiness in his mistress's company, for he thought less constantly about the role he ought to be playing. He had eyes to see and ears to hear. What Madame de Rênal said about her age helped to give him confidence. "Alas, I am 10 years older than you. How can you love me?" she kept repeating to him artlessly, because this idea depressed her. Julien couldn't conceive of this kind of unhappiness, yet he saw that it was real, and he nearly forgot his fear of being ridiculous. The foolish notion that he was regarded as a subaltern lover because of his humble birth also vanished. In proportion as Julien's raptures reassured his timid mistress, she recovered a little of her happiness and the faculty to judge her lover. That night, fortunately, he had almost nothing of the borrowed manner which had turned the meeting of the night before into a victory, but not a pleasure. If she had become aware that he was intent on playing a part, this sad discovery would have destroyed her happiness forever. She could not have seen it otherwise than as a sad effect of the difference in their ages. Albeit Madame de Rênal had never been interested in theories of love, a difference in age is, next to that in fortune, the great commonplace of provincial humour every time the subject is love. In a few days, Julien, having recovered all the ardour of his age, was madly in love. "You have to admit," he told himself, "that she is as good as an angel, and they don't come any prettier." He had almost completely forgotten the idea of playing a part. In a moment of abandon, he even told her about his nervousness. These confidences carried the passion he inspired to its highest pitch. "So there has never been a happy rival," Madame de Rênal told herself delightedly. She ventured to question him about the portrait in which he took such an interest. Julien swore to her that it was of a man. When she was calm and collected enough to think about it, Madame de Rênal couldn't get over her amazement that such happiness could be, and that she had never had an inkling of it. "Ah," she said to herself, "if only I'd met Julien 10 years ago, when I was still considered pretty." Julien was a long way from thinking like thoughts. He was still in love with ambition. His was the joy of possessing, he, the poor, the wretched, the despised, such a noble, such a beautiful woman. His acts of adoration, his raptures at the sight of his mistress's charms, eventually set her mind somewhat at ease about the difference in their ages. If she had possessed a little of that knowledge of the world which, in the more civilized countries, a woman has already enjoyed for a long while by the time she is 30, she might have feared for the duration of a love that seemed to be sustained by nothing but surprise and delighted vanity. At those times when Julien forgot his ambition, he would admire everything about Madame de Rênal ecstatically, even her hats, her dresses. He couldn't get enough of smelling their perfume. He would open her mirror wardrobe and spend whole hours admiring the beauty and order of everything in it. Leaning on his shoulder, his mistress would gaze at him. He would gaze at all those jewels and frills a husband offers his wife on the eve of their honeymoon. "I could have married such a man," Madame de Rênal would sometimes think. "Such a fiery nature. What a marvellous life I should have had with him." As for Julien, he had never been so close to those terrible arms of the feminine artillery. "It's not possible," he told himself, "that they have anything finer than this in Paris." At such times he had no objection whatsoever to his happiness. Often his mistress's sincere admiration and her raptures would cause him to forget the vain theory that had made him so stiff and almost as ridiculous at the beginning of their intimacy. There were moments when, despite his habitual hypocrisy, he found it very sweet to confess his ignorance about 100 little usages to this great lady who admired him. His mistress's rank seemed to raise him above himself. Madame de Rênal, on her side, took the sweetest of moral pleasures in educating thus, about a host of little things, a young man of genius who was looked upon by everybody as likely to go so far one day. Even the sub-prefect and Monsieur Valenod couldn't help admiring him, for which reason they seemed to her less stupid. As for Madame Derville, she was far from sharing the same sentiments. In despair over what she thought she had guessed rightly, and seeing that her wise counsel was becoming odious to a woman who had literally lost her head, she left Vergy, without giving the explanation for which she had carefully not been asked. Madame de Rênal shed a few tears over this incident, but before long it seemed to her that she was twice as happy as before. As a result of this departure, she found herself in a tete-à-tete with her lover nearly all day long. Julien gave himself up to his mistress's sweet society all the more willingly, since every time he was alone too long, Fouquet's proposition would inevitably come back to trouble him. During the first few days of this new life, there were moments when he, who had never loved, who had never been loved by anyone, took such an exquisite pleasure in being sincere that he was on the point of telling Madame de Rênal about the ambition which up to that time had been the very essence of his life. He wished he could talk with her about the strange temptation Fouquet's offer held for him, but a small event put an end to all his frankness. Chapter 17. The First Deputy. Oh, how this spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. The Two Gentlemen of Verona. One evening towards sunset, when Julien was seated by his mistress's side at the end of the orchard and safe from intrusion, he fell into a deep reverie. "Can such sweet moments last forever?" he asked himself. His thoughts were full of the difficulty and the necessity of settling on a career. He deplored the great fit of depression that brings boyhood to a close and spoils the early years of a penniless youth. "Ah," he cried, "Napoleon was surely a godsend to the young men of France. Who is there to take his place? How will poor young men get along without him, even those who have more than I, who have just enough money to get a good education, but afterwards not enough to bribe an official when they reach 20, so they can launch themselves on a career? No matter what we may do," he added, sighing deeply, "his fatal memory will keep us from ever being happy." He suddenly noticed that Madame de Rênal was frowning, She had assumed a cold and disdainful air. It seemed to her that his manner of thinking was fit for a servant. Brought up on the idea that she was very wealthy, she took it for granted that Julien was too. She loved him 1,000 times better than life, would have loved him had he been ungrateful and untrue, even if he had belonged to the opposite party, the Bonapartists, and her money meant nothing to her. Julien was a long way from guessing her thoughts. That frown brought him back to earth. He had enough presence of mind to patch up his remark and give the noble lady, sitting so close beside him on a grassy bank, to understand that what he had just repeated was something he had heard on his trip to see his friend, the wood dealer. It was the talk of godless men.
"Very well, but have nothing more to do with such people,"
said Madame de Rênal, still keeping a little of that icy look which had suddenly taken the place of the sweetest and most intimate tenderness. That frown, or rather remorse over his rashness, was the first check to the illusion that had been sweeping Julien away. He told himself, "She's kind and gentle. Her feeling for me is very strong. But she has been raised in the enemy camp. They must be especially afraid of that class of men of heart who, after a good education, haven't enough money to start on a career. What would become of those nobles if we were given a chance to fight them with their own arms? If I, for example, as well-intentioned and honest as Monsieur de Rênal is at heart, were mayor of Verrières, how quick I'd be to throw out the Curé Mazelon, Monsieur Valenod, and all their crookedness. How justice would triumph in Verrières. It isn't their talent that would stop me. They're forever groping their way." On that particular day, Julien's bliss came very near to being durable. What our hero lacked was the audacity to be sincere. What he needed was the courage to do battle on the spot. Madame de Rênal was astonished at what Julien had said, for the men in her society kept repeating that Robespierre's return was made possible chiefly by young people from the lower classes who had been too well educated. Madame de Rênal's cold air lasted quite a while, and to Julien it seemed pointed. That was because her aversion to improper talk was followed by a fear of having inadvertently said something disagreeable to him. Her distress was sharply defined in her features, otherwise so pure and artless when she was happy, and far from bores. Julien no longer dared to let himself dream aloud. Calmer and less amorous, he decided it would be unwise to go and see Madame de Rênal in her bedroom. It would be better if she came to him. If a servant caught her running through the house, 20 different reasons might be found to explain her errand. But this arrangement also had its drawbacks. Julien had received a number of books from Fouquet that he, as a divinity student, could never have asked for at a bookstore. He dared not open them except at night. Many's the time he would have been content not to be interrupted by a visit, the anticipation of which, even the night before this little scene in the orchard, had made reading impossible. He was in Madame de Rênal's debt for an entirely new way of understanding books. He had ventured to question her about a host of little things, ignorance about which must bring the comprehension of a young man born out of society to a dead stop, however much native genius may be imputed to him. This fond education, given by an extremely ignorant woman, was a blessing. It allowed Julien to see society at first hand, such as it is today. His mind was not confused by accounts of what it was like 2,000 years ago, or only 60 in the time of Voltaire and Louis XV. To his ineffable joy, the veil was rent before his eyes. He finally understood what was going on in Verrières. The foreground was taken up by the very complicated plots hatched during the past 2 years in Besançon's prefecture. They were supported by letters from Paris, written by some of the most illustrious names in the land. The issue at stake was to get Monsieur de Moirod, the most pious man in the region, elected first, not second, deputy to the mayor of Verrières. The candidate running against him was a rich mill owner who must, at any cost, be shoved back to the place of second deputy. Julien finally understood the hints he overheard whenever the local high society came to dine at Monsieur de Rênal's house. This privileged society was deeply concerned over the choice of a first deputy, the possibility of which the rest of the town, especially the Liberals, did not even suspect. What made it important was that, As everyone knew, the east side of Verrières' main street was to be moved back by more than 9 feet, for this street had been designated a royal highway. Now, if Monsieur de Moirod, who had 3 houses to be moved back, succeeded in becoming first deputy and afterward mayor, in the event Monsieur de Rênal was elected to Parliament, he would shut his eyes, and it would be possible to make small, imperceptible repairs on the houses that jutted out into the public thoroughfare, thanks to which those houses would last 100 years. In spite of Monsieur de Moirod's signal piety and his well-known honesty, everyone was sure he would go along, since he had a big family. Among the houses that were to be set back, 9 belonged to the very best people in Verrières. In Julien's opinion, this intrigue was far more important than the history of the Battle of Fontenoy, a name he saw for the first time in one of the books Fouquet had sent him. There were things Julien had been wondering about for the last 5 years, ever since he had started going to the curé's house evenings, but discretion and meekness being a divinity student's cardinal virtues, it had been impossible for him to ask questions. One day, Madame de Rênal was giving an order to her husband's valet, Julien's enemy. "But, Madame, today is the last Friday in the month," the man answered in a peculiar way.
"Go, then,"
said Madame de Rênal.
"So," said Julien, "he's going to that hay barn that used to be a church and was just recently restored to the faith. But to do what? There's one of those mysteries I've never been able to fathom." "It's a very wholesome, if rather strange, institution," answered Madame de Rênal. "Women are not allowed. All I know about it is that they all call one another by their first names. For instance, this servant will see Monsieur Valenod there, and that gentleman, proud and stupid as he is, won't be the least offended to hear Saint-Jean address him by his first name, and will answer him in kind. If you really want to know what goes on there, I'll ask Monsieur de Montgiron and Monsieur Valenod for details. We pay 20 francs per servant, so that one day they won't cut our throats, if ever the terror of '93 should come back."
Time was flying. The memory of his mistress's charms diverted Julien's thoughts from his black ambition. The necessity of not talking to her about dreary and arguable matters, since they belonged to opposite parties, contributed, without his realizing it, to the happiness he owed her and to the hold she was acquiring over him. At those times when the presence of 2 intelligent children confined them to speak the language of cold reason, Julien would sit perfectly docile and look at her, his eyes aglow with love, and listen to her explain the ways of the world. Often in the middle of a story about some clever swindle that had amazed her, in connection with a road or a contract for supplies, her attention would suddenly wander in a kind of delirium. Julien was obliged to scold her. She would permit herself the same intimate gestures with him as with her children. She would run her fingers through his hair. This was because there were days when she had the illusion of loving him as her own child. Didn't she have constantly to answer his questions about 1,000 simple things that any well-born child knows by the time he's 15? An instant later she would look up to him as her master. Sometimes she was even frightened at his genius. She thought she could see the future great man more distinctly every day in this young priest. She saw him as Pope. She saw him as Prime Minister, like Richelieu. "Will I live long enough to see you in your glory?" she would say to Julien. "There is a place waiting for a great man. The throne, the church, are both in need of one. Our friends are always saying, if there isn't another Richelieu to stem the tide of personal opinion, all is lost." Chapter 18. A King in Verrières. "Are you good for nothing but to be thrown away like the corpse of a people with no soul, and whose veins have no blood left in them?" From the Bishop's Sermon at the Chapel of Saint Clement. On September the 3rd, at 10 o'clock at night, a gendarme woke up the whole town of Verrières by riding up the main street at a gallop. He brought the news that His Majesty the King of Blank would arrive the following Sunday, and it was now Tuesday. The prefect authorized, that is to say requested, the formation of a guard of honor. As much pomp as possible should be displayed. A messenger was dispatched to Vergy. Monsieur de Rênal arrived in the night and found the whole town in a dither. Everyone had some claim to make. Those who had nothing else to do were renting balconies to watch the king's entrance. Who should command the honor guard? Monsieur de Rênal saw right away how important it was, in the interest of those houses liable to be set back, that Monsieur de Moirod have this command. It would give him a claim on the office of first deputy. There was nothing to be said against Monsieur de Moirod's piety. It was beyond compare, but he had never mounted a horse. He was a man of 36, timid in every way, and as much afraid of falling as of being laughed at. The mayor sent for him at 5 o'clock in the morning. "You see, sir, I am appealing to you for advice, as though you already held that office in which every decent citizen desires to see you installed. In this unhappy town the factories are prospering, the liberals are becoming millionaires, they aspire to power, they will use anything for ammunition. Let us consider what is the best interest of the king, of the monarchy, and above all, of our holy faith. With whom, sir, do you think we may safely entrust the command of the honor guard?" Despite his horrible fear of a horse, Monsieur de Moirod ended by accepting this honor like a martyr. "Count on me to do it in proper style," he said to the mayor. Barely time enough remained to alter the uniforms that had done service 7 years ago, when a prince of the blood passed through. At 7 o'clock, Madame de Rênal arrived from Vergy with Julien and the children. She found her drawing-room filled with the wives of liberals. They were preaching a union of the two parties, and had come to beg her to make her husband promise he would reserve places in the guard of honor for theirs. One claimed that if her husband was not chosen, he would go bankrupt out of grief. Madame de Rênal got rid of them all in short order. She seemed very busy. Julien was astonished and even more annoyed at being kept in the dark about whatever she was up to. "I knew it would happen," he told himself bitterly. "Her love has been eclipsed by the delight of entertaining a king in her house. All this fuss has turned her head. She will love me again when her brain is no longer addled by notions about caste." Surprising thing, he loved her all the more for it. The decorators were beginning to fill the house. For a long time he kept watching for a chance to have a word with her, but in vain. He finally ran across her coming out of his bedroom, carrying off one of his suits. They were alone. He tried to talk with her. She ran off, refusing to listen to him. "I'm a great fool to love such a woman. Ambition is making her as crazy as her husband." She was more so. One of her fondest wishes, one she had never confessed to Julien for fear of offending him, was to see him put off, if only for a day, his dreary black outfit. With an adroitness that was truly wonderful in such an artless woman, she prevailed first upon Monsieur de Moirod, and then on the sub-prefect, Monsieur de Maugiron, to have Julien appointed as a guard of honor in preference to 5 or 6 other young men, some of very well-to-do manufacturers, the piety of at least 2 of whom was exemplary. Monsieur Valenod, who counted on lending his calash to the prettiest woman in town, and on showing off his fine Normans, consented to let Julien, the creature he hated most, have one of his horses. Madame de Rênal wanted a new outfit, but she had only 4 days left to order it from Besançon, and to have the uniform, the arms, the hat, etc., everything that makes up a guard of honor, sent back. The amusing thing was that she thought it would be indiscreet to have Julien's outfit made in Verrières. She wanted to surprise him as well as the town. Having finished the job of organizing a guard of honor and of rousing public spirit, the mayor had to see about a big religious ceremony. The king of Blank had no intention of passing through Verrières without paying a visit to the famous relic of Saint-Clément, which is kept at Brailleau, a short league out of the town. A great number of clergy was desirable. This was the most difficult thing to arrange. Monsieur Maslon, the new curé, was determined to avoid Monsieur Chélan at any price. To no avail, Monsieur de Rênal tried to convince him that this would be unwise. The Marquis de la Mole, whose ancestors were governors of the province for so long, had been appointed to accompany the king of Blank. He had known Father Chélan for 30 years. He was certain to ask for news of him on arriving in Verrières, and if he found out that he was in disgrace, he was the kind of man who would go and seek him out in the little house to which he had retired, accompanied by as much of the procession as he could command. What a slap in the face! "I will be dishonoured here and in Besançon," answered the Curé Maslon, "if he shows up among my priests. A Jansenist, good God!" "No matter what you say, my dear Abbé," replied Monsieur de Rênal, "I will not expose the administration of Verrières to an affront from Monsieur de la Mole. You don't know the man. He has the right ideas at court, but here in the province he is a malicious joker, satirical and sarcastic, always trying to embarrass people. He is capable, simply to amuse himself, of covering us with ridicule in full view of the Liberals." It wasn't until late Saturday night, after 3 days of negotiating, that the Abbé Maslon's pride yielded to the mayor's fear, which turned into courage. The next step was to write a honeyed letter to the Abbé Chalin, begging him to take part in the ceremony of the relic of Braillot, if, of course, his great age and his infirmities allowed him to do so. Monsieur Chalin requested and obtained a letter of invitation for Julien, who was to accompany him in the capacity of sub-deacon. Early Sunday morning, thousands of peasants, coming in from the nearby mountains, overflowed the streets of Verrières. The sun was shining brightly. Eventually, around 3 o'clock, the whole crowd got excited. A bonfire had been sighted on a rock about 2 leagues from Verrières. This was the signal that the king had just entered the territory of the department. Immediately the ringing of all the bells and the repeated firing of an old Spanish cannon belonging to the town testified to its joy over this great event. Half the population climbed up on the roofs. All the women were on balconies. The guard of honor began to move. Everyone admired their shining uniforms. Everyone recognized a relative or a friend. Everyone laughed at Monsieur Moirot's fear. His cautious hand lay ready to grab the saddle-bow at any moment. But one observation made them forget everything else. The cavalier at the head of the 9th file was a slim, very good-looking fellow, whom no one had recognized at first. Soon a cry of indignation from some and astonished silence on the part of others announced a general reaction. The young man mounted on one of Monsieur Valenod's Norman horses had been identified as the Sorel boy, the carpenter's son. There was an outcry against the mayor, especially from the Liberals. What? Just because that little workman dressed up as a priest was his brat's tutor. He had the nerve to make him a guard of honor, to the detriment of Messieurs so-and-so, rich mill-owners. "Those gentlemen," said a banker's lady, "ought to insult that insolent little man born on a dung-heap." "He's sneaky, and is wearing a sabre," replied the gentleman beside her. "He would be vicious enough to cut up their faces." The talk of the aristocratic society was more dangerous. The ladies were wondering if the mayor alone was responsible for this glaring impropriety. Generally speaking, they did justice to his contempt for a base extraction. While he was the subject of so much discussion, Julien was the happiest of men. Naturally bold, he held himself better on a horse than most of the young people in that mountain town. He could tell from the women's eyes that he was being talked about. His epaulettes were the shiniest because they were new. His horse kept rearing all the time. His joy was at its peak. His happiness knew no bounds when, passing close to the old rampart, his horse leapt at the noise of the little cannon and broke ranks. By the greatest good luck he didn't fall. At that moment he felt like a hero. He was Napoleon's aide-de-camp and was charging a battery. One person was happier than he. First she had watched him pass by from one of the casement windows of the town hall. Then, climbing into her calash and swiftly making a wide detour, she arrived in time to shudder when his horse bore him out of the ranks. Finally, leaving the city by another gate, going full gallop in her calash, she succeeded in getting back to the road over which the king was to pass, and was thus able to follow the guard of honor from a distance of 20 paces, amidst a noble cloud of dust. 10,000 peasants shouted, "Long live the king!" when the mayor had the honor of haranguing his majesty. An hour later, after all the speeches had been heard, the king was about to enter the town when the little cannon started shooting again in rapid-fire succession. An accident resulted from this, not to the cannoneers, who had been tried at Leipzig and Montmirail, but to the future deputy mayor, Monsieur de Moirot. His horse set him down softly in the only mud hole there was in the highway. This caused a commotion, for it was necessary to pull him out so the king's carriage could go on. His Majesty stopped at the beautiful new church, which had been adorned that day with all its crimson hangings. The king was to dine, and immediately after get back into his carriage to go and venerate the celebrated relic of Saint Clement. The king was barely inside the church when Julien galloped off toward Monsieur de Renal's house. Once there, and with many a sigh, he took off his handsome sky-blue uniform, his sabre, his epaulettes, and dressed again in his threadbare black outfit. He mounted his horse again, and in a few minutes was at Braille-le-Haut, which stands on the summit of a very beautiful hill.
Enthusiasm is multiplying these peasants, thought Julien. You can't move in Verrières, and there are more than 10,000 of them right here around this old abbey.
Half ruined by vandalism during the Revolution, it had been magnificently repaired since the Restoration, and people were beginning to speak of miracles. Julien joined Father Chelin, who gave him a good scolding and handed him a cassock and surplice. He dressed quickly and followed Monsieur Chelin, who was on his way to introduce himself to the young Bishop of Agde. Recently appointed, he was Monsieur de la Mole's nephew, and had been entrusted with showing the relic to the king. But the bishop was not to be found. The clergy were getting impatient. They were waiting for their leader in the gloomy Gothic cloister of the ancient abbey. 24 curés had been brought together to represent the old chapter of Braille-le-Haut, composed before 1789 of 24 canons. After having deplored the bishop's youth for 3/4 of an hour, the curés deemed it fitting that the dean should withdraw to advise Monseigneur that the king was about to arrive, and that it was urgent that he repair to the chancel. Monsieur Chelin's great age had made him dean. Despite the ill temper he had shown Julien, he made him a sign to follow. Julien wore his surplice very well. By means of I don't know what process of ecclesiastical toilet, he had flattened his beautiful curly hair, but by an oversight which doubled Monsieur Chelin's wrath, his guard of honour spurs were visible under the long folds of his cassock. When they reached the bishop's apartment, a couple of tall lackeys, covered with embroidery, barely condescended to answer the old priest that his grace was not receiving. They laughed when he tried to explain that as dean of the noble chapter of Braille-le-Haut, he enjoyed the privilege of being admitted at any time into the officiating bishop's presence. Julien's haughty temperament was shocked at the lackey's insolence. He set to running through the dormitories of the ancient abbey, shaking every door he came across. A very small one gave way to his efforts, and he found himself in a cell in the midst of his grace's valets, all dressed in black with chains around their necks. From his hurried look, they judged he had been summoned by the bishop and let him pass. He took a few steps and found himself in an immense and very sombre Gothic hall, panelled entirely in black oak. With the exception of one, the ogive windows had been walled up with bricks. The crudeness of this masonry was not disguised in any way, and made a sad contrast with the antique magnificence of the panelling. The two great lateral walls of this room, celebrated among Burgundy's antiquarians and built by Charles the Bold in 1470, in expiation of some sin, were ornamented with richly carved wooden stalls. On them all, the mysteries of the apocalypse were depicted in variegated woods. This melancholy magnificence, degraded by the view of bare bricks and still white plaster, moved Julien. He halted in silence. At the other end of the room, close to the only window through which daylight still entered, he saw a portable mirror framed in mahogany. A young man wearing a violet robe and a lace surplice, but bareheaded, had stopped 3 feet from the mirror. This piece of furniture seemed strangely out of place, and had, no doubt, been brought there from town. Julien thought the young man looked irritated. With his right hand he was solemnly making the sign of benediction at the mirror. "What can this mean?" he asked himself. "Is it a preparatory rite the young priest is performing? Perhaps he is the bishop's secretary. He's probably as insolent as his lackeys. No matter, let's find out." He went on and covered the length of the hall rather slowly, his eyes turned toward the window and watching the young man, who kept on making the sign of benediction, which he executed slowly but a countless number of times, and without resting a second.
The closer he came, the better he could distinguish the man's annoyed look. The richness of his surplice trimmed with lace caused Julien to stop involuntarily a few yards from the magnificent mirror. "It is my duty to speak," Julien told himself at length. But the beauty of the hall had moved him, and he was crushed in advance by the harsh remarks that were about to be directed to him. The young man saw Julien in the cheval glass, turned around, and suddenly dropping his look of annoyance, said to him in the gentlest of tones, "Very well, sir. Is it fixed at last?" Julien stood there stupefied. As the young man turned toward him, Julien saw the pectoral cross on his chest. It was the Bishop of Agde. "So young," thought Julien. 6 or 8 years older than I at the most. He felt ashamed of his spurs. "My lord," he answered timidly, "I have been sent by the dean of the chapter, Monsieur Chélan." "Ah, he was highly recommended to me," said the bishop politely, in a tone that doubled Julien's enchantment. "But I beg your pardon, sir. I took you for the person who is supposed to bring back my mitre. They packed it badly in Paris. The silver cloth at the top was frightfully damaged. It will make the worst kind of impression," added the young bishop mournfully, "and still they keep me waiting." "My lord, I will go and look for the mitre, with your lordship's permission." Julien's fine eyes had their effect. "Go, sir," answered the bishop with charming civility. "I must have it right now. I am sorry to keep the gentlemen of the chapter waiting." When Julien reached the middle of the hall, he turned around and saw that the bishop had gone back to giving benedictions. "What can it be?" Julien wondered. "No doubt some kind of ecclesiastical preparation required by the ceremony that is about to take place." When he walked into the cell where the valets stayed, he saw the mitre in their hands. Those gentlemen, giving in to Julien's commanding look in spite of themselves, handed over his lordship's mitre. He felt proud to be carrying it. As he crossed the hall, he walked slowly. He held it with respect. He found the bishop seated before the mirror, and from time to time, though weary, his right hand would give the benediction. Julien helped him to put on his mitre. The bishop shook his head. "Ah, it will stay on," he said to Julien with an air of satisfaction. "Will you step back a little, please?" Then the bishop walked rapidly to the centre of the room. Next, approaching the mirror slowly, he resumed once more his look of annoyance, and set gravely to making the sign of benediction. Julien was motionless with astonishment. He was tempted to understand, but didn't dare. The bishop stopped, and giving him a look that suddenly lost its gravity, "What do you think of my mitre, sir? Does it look all right?" "Very well, my lord." "It isn't too far back. That would look a bit foolish. But it shouldn't be worn too low on the forehead either, like an officer's shako." "It seems to me that it sits very well." "The King of Blank is no doubt used to a venerable and very solemn clergy. I wouldn't want to appear frivolous, especially because of my age." And the bishop began to walk again and to give his blessing. "It's clear," said Julien, finally daring to comprehend. "He's practicing his benediction." After a few minutes, the bishop said, "I am ready. Go, sir, and notify the dean and the gentlemen of the chapter." In a short while, Monsieur Chélan, followed by 2 of the oldest priests, entered through a huge and magnificently carved door, one Julien hadn't noticed. But this time Julien stayed in his place, the last of all, and couldn't see the bishop, except over the shoulders of the ecclesiastics who were crowding around this entrance. The bishop crossed the room slowly. When he reached the threshold, the curés formed a procession. After a moment's disorder, the procession began to move, intoning a psalm. The bishop brought up the rear, between Monsieur Chélan and another very old curé. Julien slipped in very close to his grace as Father Chélan's attaché. They wound their way through the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut's long corridors, which, despite a blazing sun, were damp and gloomy. They eventually reached the portico of the cloister. Julien was stupefied with admiration at such a beautiful ceremony. His ambition roused again by the example of the bishop's youth, Julien couldn't tell which pleased him more, this prelate's sensitivity or his exquisite manners. This politeness was a very different thing from Monsieur de Rênal's, even on his good days. "The closer you get to the highest rank of society," Julien told himself, "the more often you find such charming manners." They were entering the church by a side door when suddenly an appalling noise reverberated through the ancient vaults. Julien thought they were collapsing. It was the little cannon again. Dragged by 8 horses at a gallop, it had just arrived, and no more than arrived, had been set up to fire by the Leipzig cannoneers. It was discharging 5 shots a minute, as if the Prussians were in front of it. But this wonderful noise no longer impressed Julien. His mind was no longer on Napoleon and the glories of war. So young, he thought, to be the Bishop of Agde. But where is Agde? And what does the living come to? 200,000 or 300,000 francs, perhaps? His Grace's lackeys appeared with a magnificent canopy. Monsieur Chelon took one of the poles, but it was in fact Julien who carried it. The bishop took his place under it. He had really succeeded in making himself look old. Our hero's admiration knew no bounds. "What can't you do if you're clever?" he thought. The king entered. Julien had the good luck to see him from very close up. The bishop harangued him unctuously, yet not forgetting to show his majesty a very polite little hint of nervousness. We will not repeat any of the accounts of the ceremonies at Bray-le-Haut. For 2 weeks they filled the columns of all the newspapers in the department. Julien learned through the bishop's speech that the king was descended from Charles the Bold. Afterward it came within the scope of Julien's duties to audit the accounts of what the ceremony had cost. Monsieur de la Mole, who had procured the bishopric for his nephew, wished to do him the gallant favour of taking all the expense upon himself. The ceremony alone at Bray-le-Haut cost 3,800 francs. After the bishop's speech and the king's reply, His Majesty took his place under the canopy. Then he kneeled very devoutly on a cushion near the altar. The chancel was surrounded by stalls, and the stalls were elevated 2 steps above the stone floor. On the higher of these, Julien was seated at Monsieur Chelon's feet, very like a train-bearer close to his cardinal at the Sistine Chapel in Rome. There was a Te Deum, clouds of incense, and countless rounds fired by the musketry and the artillery. The peasants were drunk with happiness and piety. A day like this can undo the work of 100 editions of the Jacobin papers. Julien was 6 yards from the king, who was really praying with abandon. For the first time he noticed a small, intelligent-looking man, who was wearing a suit with almost no embroidery on it, but he had a sky-blue ribbon over his very simple dress. He was closer to the king than many of the other lords, whose outfits were so heavily embroidered with gold that, as Julien put it, you couldn't see the cloth. A few minutes later, Julien learned that this was Monsieur de la Mole. He began to think he had a haughty and even insolent air. "The Marquis can't be as polite as my pretty bishop," he thought. "Ah," he said to himself, "the priesthood makes a man gentle and wise. But the king has come to venerate the relic, and I don't see any relic. Where can Saint Clement be?" A little clergyman beside him informed him that the venerable relic was in the upper part of the edifice, in a blazing chapel. What is a blazing chapel? Julien wondered, but he was unwilling to ask for an explanation. He paid closer attention. In the case of a visit from a sovereign prince, etiquette requires that the canons do not accompany the bishop, but as he started walking toward the blazing chapel, my lord of Agde called to Father Chelin. Julien took the liberty of following him. After having climbed a long staircase, they reached an extremely small door, the Gothic frame of which was magnificently gilded. This work looked as if it had been done the day before. In front of the door, 24 girls belonging to the most distinguished families in Verrières were assembled on their knees. Before opening the door, the bishop sank to his knees in the midst of all these pretty girls. As he prayed aloud, it seemed they couldn't get enough of admiring his beautiful face, his gracefulness, his face so young and gentle. This spectacle caused our young hero to lose whatever of his wits he still possessed. At that instant he would have fought for the Inquisition in good faith. The door opened suddenly. The little chapel seemed to be aflame with light. On the altar one could see upward of 1,000 candles, divided into banks separated by bouquets of flowers. The suave odor of the purest incense came pouring from the sanctuary gate in a swirling cloud.
The newly gilded chapel was quite small, but very high. Julien noted that some of the candles on the altar were more than 15 feet tall. The girls could not repress a cry of admiration. None but the 24 girls, the 2 priests, and Julien had been admitted into the vestibule of the chapel. Shortly afterward the king arrived, followed only by Monsieur de la Mole and by his head chamberlain. The guards themselves remained outside, kneeling and presenting arms. His Majesty hurled rather than threw himself onto the prayer-stool. It was only then that Julien, glued against the gilded door, noticed, from under a girl's bare arm, the charming statue of Saint Clement. It stood hidden beneath the altar, in the uniform of a young Roman soldier. He had a gaping wound in his neck, from which blood seemed to be flowing. The artist had outdone himself. The moribund yet graceful eyes were half closed. A budding moustache adorned the charming mouth, which, half open, looked as if it was still praying. At the sight of it, the girl next to Julien wept copiously. One of her tears fell on his hand. After a brief prayer, in the deepest silence, broken only by the distant sound of all the village bells for 10 leagues around, the Bishop of Agde requested the king's permission to speak. He ended a touching little discourse with very simple language, which made it all the more effective. "Never forget, young Christians, that you have seen one of the greatest kings on earth kneeling before the servants of terrible and almighty God. Those weak servants, persecuted on earth, put to death, as you can see here from Saint Clement's still bleeding wound, those servants triumph in heaven. You will remember this day forever, young Christians, will you not? You will loathe godlessness. You will be forever faithful to that God who is so great, so terrible, yet so good." On these words the bishop rose with authority. "Do you promise?" he said, stretching forth his arm with an inspired air. "We promise," said the girls, bursting into tears. "I accept your promises in the name of God the Terrible," added the bishop in a voice of thunder. And the ceremony was over. The king himself was weeping. It was a long while before Julien was collected enough to ask the whereabouts of the saint's bones, sent to Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy, from Rome. He was told they were hidden in the charming wax face. His Majesty deigned to allow the young ladies who had accompanied him into the chapel to wear a red ribbon on which these words were embroidered: "Hatred to godlessness, perpetual adoration." Monsieur de la Mole had 10,000 bottles of wine distributed to the peasants. That night the Liberals found some excuse for lighting up their houses 100 times more brightly than the Royalists. Before he left, the king paid a visit to Monsieur de Moirod. Chapter 19. To think is to suffer. The grotesque in everyday events conceals from you the real suffering caused by the passions. Barnave. While he was putting the everyday furniture back into the bedroom that Monsieur de la Mole had occupied, Julien found a sheet of tough paper folded in 4. At the bottom of the first page he read, "To H.E.M. the Marquis de la Mole, peer of France, Knight of the King's Orders," etc., etc. It was a petition, in the big handwriting of a cook. "Monsieur le Marquis, I have always lived according to religious principles. I was in Lyon exposed to the bombs at the time of the siege in 93 of execrable memory. I take communion. I go to Mass every Sunday in the parish church. I have never missed my Easter duty, even in 93 of execrable memory. My cook, before the Revolution I had several servants, my cook prepares no meat on Friday. I enjoy the general and, I dare say, well-deserved respect of everyone in Verrières. I walk under the dais in processions beside the curé and the mayor. On important occasions I carry a big taper, paid for out of my own pocket. For all of which the certificates are in Paris at the Ministry of Finance. I am asking the Marquis for the lottery office in Verrières, which is sure to fall vacant soon for one reason or another, the incumbent being very sick, and what's more, voting the wrong way at election time, etc. De Cholin."
In the margin of the petition there was a recommendation signed de Moirot, which began with this line: "I had the honour of speaking to you yesterday about the steady fellow who is making this request," etc.
"So even that moron de Chalon can show me the road I ought to take,"
said Julien to himself. What survived a week after the King of Blank's passage through Verrières of the innumerable lies, stupid interpretations, absurd discussions, etc., etc., the object of which had been successively the King, the Bishop of Agde, the Marquis de la Mole, the 10,000 bottles of wine, the spill taken by poor Moirot, who, in hopes of a cross, didn't stir out of his house for a month after his fall. What survived was the utter indecency of having foisted Julien Sorel, a carpenter's son, on the guard of honour. You should have heard the rich calico manufacturers on that score, who had made themselves hoarse preaching equality from morning to night in the café. That haughty woman, Madame de Rênal, was behind this wretched business. The reason? Little Abbé Sorel's fine eyes and fresh rosy cheeks made it clear enough. A little after their return to Vergy, Stanislas Xavier, the youngest child, came down with a fever. All of a sudden, Madame de Rênal fell into a terrible fit of remorse. For the first time she blamed herself for her love in a consistent way. She seemed to understand, as if by a miracle, into what an enormous sin she had allowed herself to be drawn. Though profoundly religious by nature, she had not up to that time given any thought to the magnitude of her crime in the eyes of God. Long ago, at the convent of the Sacred Heart, she had loved God passionately. In her present circumstances, she feared him to the same degree. The conflict that rent her soul was all the more frightful in that there was nothing rational about her fear. Julien saw that any attempt at reasoning, far from calming her down, only irritated her. In it she heard the arguments of the devil. Yet, since Julien himself was very fond of little Stanislas, he had better luck when he spoke with her about his sickness. It soon took an alarming turn for the worse. Then continuous remorse made it impossible for her to sleep. She would not come out from behind her fierce silence. Had she opened her mouth, it would have been to avow her crime to God and to man.
"I beseech you," Julien said to her as soon as they were alone, "say nothing to anyone. Let me be the only confidant of your sorrows. If you still love me, say nothing. Nothing you can say will cure little Stanislas's fever." But his effort to comfort her had no effect. He didn't know that Madame de Rênal had got it into her head that in order to appease the wrath of a jealous God, she must hate Julien or see her son die. It was because she realized she could not hate her lover that she felt so miserable. "Go away, please," she said to Julien one day. "For God's sake, leave this house. It is your presence here that is killing my son. God is punishing me," she added in a low voice. "He is just. I adore his equity. My crime is hideous, and I went on living with no sense of guilt. That was the first sign that I had forsaken God. I ought to be punished twice as much." Julien was deeply touched. He could see neither hypocrisy nor exaggeration in this. "She believes she is killing her son by loving me, and yet this unhappy woman loves me more than her son. That, I am certain, is the regret that is killing her. There's greatness of heart for you. But how could I have inspired such a love, I so poor, so badly brought up, so ignorant, sometimes so boorish in my ways?" One night the child was very low. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Monsieur de Rênal came to see him. Devoured by fever, the child was extremely red and couldn't recognize his father. Suddenly, Madame de Rênal threw herself at her husband's feet. Julien saw that she was about to tell all and ruin herself forever. Luckily, this odd behavior annoyed Monsieur de Rênal. "Goodbye, goodbye," he said, moving away. "No, listen to me," cried his wife on her knees before him and trying to hold him back. "Hear the whole truth. It is I who am killing your son. I gave him life, and I am taking it away. Heaven is punishing me. In God's eyes I am guilty of murder. I must ruin and humiliate myself. Perhaps this sacrifice will appease the Lord." If Monsieur de Rênal had been a man of imagination, he would have guessed the whole story. "Romantic notions," he cried out, holding off his wife, who was trying to clasp his knees. "Romantic notions, all that. Julien, have the doctor sent for at daybreak." He went back to bed. Half fainting, Madame de Rênal fell to her knees and, with a convulsive gesture, kept pushing away Julien, who was trying to help her. Julien was astonished. "So this is adultery," he said to himself. "Is it possible that those priests, two-faced as they are, may be right? Are they, who commit so many sins, privileged to recognize the true nature of sin? How odd!" For almost 20 minutes after Monsieur de Rênal retired, Julien watched the woman he loved, motionless and almost unconscious, with her head lying on the child's small bed. "Here is a superior woman brought to the depths of despair for having known me," he said to himself. "Time is going fast. What can I do for her? I must decide. I no longer count. What do I care about men's opinions and their shabby pretenses? What can I do for her? Leave her? But I would be leaving her alone and a prey to the most awful suffering. That automaton of a husband does her more harm than good. He will say something harsh to her simply because he is callous. She might go mad, throw herself out the window. If I leave her, if I'm not there to keep an eye on her, she will tell him everything, and who knows, perhaps in spite of the inheritance she is supposed to bring him, he will make a scandal. She might tell everything, good God, to that Abbé Maslon, who is using the illness of a 6-year-old child as an excuse not to stir out of this house, and for a good reason. Her grief and her fear of God are making her forget everything she knows about the man. She sees nothing but the priest." "Go away," Madame de Rênal said to him suddenly, opening her eyes. "I would give my life 1,000 times to know how I could be most useful to you," answered Julien. "Never have I loved you so much, dear angel, or rather, only now am I beginning to adore you as you deserve to be. What will become of me away from you, and knowing you are unhappy through my fault? But let's not talk about my suffering. Yes, my love, I will go, but if I leave you, if I stop watching over you, if I am not here to stand between you and your husband every minute of the day, you will tell him all. You will ruin your life. Just remember that he will drive you out of his house in disgrace. All Verrières, all Besançon will talk about the scandal. All the blame will be laid on you. You will never be able to hold up your head again." "That is what I want," she cried, rising to her feet. "I will suffer. So much the better. But with this filthy scandal, you will make him miserable too. I will have humiliated myself. I will have thrown myself into the mud, and that way, perhaps, I shall save my son. That kind of humiliation in everyone's sight, isn't that as good as a public penance? As far as I and my weakness can judge, isn't that the greatest sacrifice I could make to God? Perhaps he will deign to accept my humiliation and leave my son. Point out another, more painful sacrifice, and I will run to make it. Let me punish myself. I too am guilty. Do you want me to join the Trappists? The strictness of that life might appease your God. Ah, heavens, if only I could take Stanislas's sickness upon myself." "Ah, you love him, you do," said Madame de Rênal, getting up and throwing herself into his arms. At the same instant she pushed him away in horror. I believe you, she continued after having kneeled down again. "Oh, my only friend! Oh, why aren't you the father of Stanislas? Then it would not be a horrible sin to love you better than your son." "Will you allow me to stay and henceforth love you only as a brother? That is the only reasonable expiation. It may appease the wrath of the Almighty." "And I," she cried out, rising and taking Julien's head between her hands and holding it at a distance before her eyes. "And I, shall I love you like a brother? Is it in my power to love you like a brother?" Julien burst into tears. "I will obey you," he said, falling at her feet. "I will obey no matter what you command. That is the only thing left for me to do. My spirit has been struck blind. I cannot see any course to take. If I leave you, you will tell your husband everything. You will ruin yourself and him with you. He will never, after all the ridicule, be sent to Parliament.
If I stay, you will believe me to be the cause of your son's death, and you will die of grief. Do you want to see what it would be like if I went away? If you wish, I will punish myself for our sin by leaving you for a week. I will spend it in whatever retreat you wish. At the Abbey of Braille-le-Haut, for instance. But swear to me not to reveal a thing to your husband during my absence. Remember that I shall never be able to return if you speak." She promised. He left, but was recalled at the end of 2 days. "Without you, it is impossible for me to keep my oath. I will speak to my husband if you are not here constantly to order me by a look to keep quiet. Every hour of this abominable life seems a day to me." Heaven at last took pity on the suffering mother. Little by little Stanislas passed out of danger. But the ice was broken. Her reason had acknowledged the full extent of her sin. She could never again recover her balance. Remorse stayed with her, and it was all it should have been in a heart so sincere. Her life was heaven and hell. Hell when she didn't see Julien, heaven when she was at his feet. "I haven't a single illusion," she would tell him, even at those times when she dared give herself completely to her love. "I am damned, irremissibly damned. You are young. You have succumbed to my seductions. Heaven may pardon you. But I am damned. I know it by a sure sign. I am frightened. Who wouldn't be frightened at the sight of hell? But deep in my heart I am not sorry. I would commit my sin again, if it was still uncommitted. If only heaven will not punish me in this world through my children, I will have more than I deserve. But you at least, my Julien," she would cry out at other times, "are you happy? Do you think I love you enough?" Julien's mistrust and his touchy pride, which needed most of all a love inclined to sacrifice, could not resist in the face of a sacrifice so great, so indubitable, and every minute renewed. He adored Madame de Rênal. "It means nothing to her that she is noble and I a working man's son. She loves me. For her, I am not a valet who has been assigned the duty of lover." That fear put away, Julien fell into all the extravagances of love, into its deadly uncertainties as well. "At least," she exclaimed, seeing his doubts about her love, "let me make you very happy during the few days that are ours to spend together. Let us make haste. Tomorrow, perhaps, I shall no longer be yours. If heaven should strike me through my children, it would be useless for me to try to live for your love alone, to try not to see that it was my crime that killed them. I could not survive the blow. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I would go mad. Ah, if only I could take your sin upon myself, as you so generously offered to take on Stanislas's burning fever." This great moral crisis changed the quality of the feeling that united Julien and his mistress. His love was no longer based simply on admiration of beauty, on the pride of possessing it. Their happiness was henceforth of a far superior nature. The flame that devoured them was more intense. They knew raptures filled with madness. Their happiness might have seemed greater than ever in the eyes of the world. But they could never again find the delightful serenity, the unclouded felicity, the easy contentment of the first stages of their love, when Madame de Rênal's only fear was that Julien might not love her enough. Sometimes their happiness wore the face of a crime. In her happiest and apparently calmest moments, Madame de Rênal would cry out all of a sudden, as she squeezed Julien's hand convulsively, "Ah, good God, I can see hell. What horrible tortures! How well I deserve them!" Then she would hug him and cling to him like ivy on a wall. Julien would try in vain to calm her shaken soul. She would take his hand and cover it with kisses. Then, relapsing into a sombre reverie, she would say, "Hell would be a blessing for me. I would still have a few days to spend with him on earth. But hell in this world, the death of my children. Yet, perhaps at that price my crime would be pardoned. Ah, good God, never grant me your pardon at such a price. Those poor children haven't offended you in any way. I, and I alone, am guilty. I love a man who is not my husband." Afterward, Julien would see Madame de Rênal come into moments of apparent calm. She was trying to bear everything in silence. She didn't want to poison life for the one she loved. Amidst these alternations between love, remorse, and pleasure, the days passed for them with the speed of lightning. Julien lost the habit of reflection. Mademoiselle Elisa went to see about a little lawsuit she had going in Verrières. She found Monsieur Valenod very much out of sorts with Julien. She hated the tutor, and often talked with Monsieur Valenod about him.
"You would make me lose my job, sir, if I told the truth. You masters all stick together when it comes to important things. You never forgive us poor servants for talking about certain matters."
After such time-worn phrases, which Monsieur Valenod, eaten up with curiosity, found a way of cutting short, he learned a few things that were most mortifying to his vanity. That woman, the most distinguished in the province, on whom he had lavished so much attention for the past 6 years, unfortunately in the sight of and to the knowledge of everyone, that proud woman, whose scorn had made him blush so many times, had just taken for her lover a little working man dressed up as a tutor. To add insult to injury, it appeared that Madame de Rênal adored her lover.
"And,"
added the chambermaid with a sigh,
"Monsieur Julien didn't have to lift a finger to make this conquest. He didn't even bother to change from his usual cold ways for Madame."
Elisa had not been sure about it until they were in the country, but she thought this affair had been going on for some time.
"That's no doubt the reason," she added spitefully, "that he once refused to marry me, and I, like an idiot, went to ask Madame de Rênal for advice, begged her to have a talk with the tutor."
That same night, Monsieur de Rênal received from town, along with his newspaper, a long, anonymous letter, which informed him in the greatest detail of what was going on in his house. Julien saw him turn pale as he read the letter, written on bluish paper, and cast evil glances at him. Not for the whole evening did the mayor regain his composure. It was to no avail that Julien courted his favour by asking for explanations about the genealogy of the best families in Burgundy. Chapter 20. Anonymous Letters. Do not give dalliance too much the rein. The strongest oaths are straw to the fire in the blood. The Tempest. As they were leaving the drawing-room around midnight, Julien had time to say to his mistress, "Let's not see each other tonight. Your husband is suspicious. I could swear that the long letter he read with so much sighing was anonymous." Luckily, Julien locked himself in his room. Madame de Rênal had the crazy notion that this warning was only a pretext not to see her. She lost her head completely and came to his door at the usual hour. Julien heard a noise in the corridor and blew out his lamp at once. Someone was trying to open his door. Was it Madame de Rênal? Was it a jealous husband? Very early the next morning, the cook, who was shielding Julien, brought him a book, on the cover of which he read these words in Italian, "Guardate alla pagina 130. Julien shuddered at her recklessness, searched for page 130, and found penned to it the following letter, hastily written, bathed with tears, and without any semblance of spelling. Ordinarily, Madame de Rênal handled spelling very well. He was touched by this detail, and for the moment forgot about her frightful rashness. "Didn't you want to see me last night? There are moments when I think I have never fathomed the depths of your soul. Your looks frighten me. I am afraid of you. Great God, could it be that you have never loved me? If that is the case, let my husband find out about our love, and let him lock me up forever in a prison in the country, far from my children. Perhaps God wills it so. I should soon die, but you would be a monster. Don't you love me? Are you weary of my follies, my remorse, godless man? Do you want to ruin me? I am giving you an easy way to do it. Go show this letter all over Verrières, or better show it to Monsieur Valenod alone. Tell him I love you. But no, do not utter such blasphemy. Tell him I adore you, that life did not begin for me until the day I first saw you, that in the wildest moments of my youth I never dreamed of the happiness I owe you, that I have sacrificed my life to you, that I am sacrificing my soul to you. You know that I am sacrificing my soul to you. You know that I am sacrificing much more than that for you. But what does that man know about sacrifice? Tell him
Tell him, if only to annoy him, that I defy all spiteful men, that there is only one misfortune left to befall me, to see a change in the only man who holds me to life. How happy I should be to lose it, to offer it as a sacrifice, and no longer have to fear for my children. You may be sure, dear friend, if there was an anonymous letter, it came from that odious creature who has pursued me for 6 years with his coarse voice, with stories about his leaps on horseback, with his fatuousness, and the endless telling over of all his qualities. Was there an anonymous letter? Naughty man, that is just what I wanted to discuss with you. No, you did the right thing. Holding you in my arms for the last time, perhaps, I should never have been able to talk things over calmly, as I can now, being alone. From now on, our happiness will not be so easily come by. Will that be a disappointment for you? Yes, on days when you have not received some entertaining book from Monsieur Fouquet. The sacrifice is made. Tomorrow, whether there was an anonymous letter or not, I will tell my husband that I too have received an anonymous letter, and that he must immediately find a way out for you, make some honourable excuse, and send you back to your family without delay. Alas, my dear, we are going to be separated for 2 weeks, a month, perhaps. Go. I do you justice. You will suffer as much as I. But after all, this is the only way to parry the effect of that anonymous letter. It isn't the first my husband has received, and on my account at that. Alas, how I used to laugh over them. My sole purpose in taking this step is to make my husband think the letter comes from Monsieur Valenod. I have no doubt that he is the author. If you leave the house, do not fail to go and locate yourself in Verrières. I will manage things so that my husband will take a notion to spend a couple of weeks there, to prove to the fools that there is nothing amiss between him and me. Once you are in Verrières, make friends with everybody, even the liberals. I know that all those ladies will be after you. Do not pick a quarrel with Valenod, or cut off his ears, as you said you would the other day. On the contrary, show him a smiling face. The important thing is that people in Verrières get the impression that you are going into Valenod's house, or someone else's, to educate children. My husband will never put up with that. Should he resign himself to it, well then, at least you would be living in Verrières, and I could see you once in a while. My children, who are so fond of you, will come to visit you. Great God, I realize that I love my children more because they love you. Such remorse! How will it all end? I'm getting off the subject. So, you understand what you are to do. Be soft-spoken, polite, never contemptuous with those vulgar officials. I am asking you to do this on my knees. They will be the arbiters of our fate. Do not doubt for an instant that, as far as you are concerned, my husband will do whatever public opinion may prescribe. It is you who will furnish me the anonymous letter. Arm yourself with patience and a pair of scissors. Cut the words you see below out of a book. Then paste them with mouth-glue on the sheet of blue paper I am sending you. It came to me from Valenod. Expect your room to be searched. Burn the pages of the book you mutilate. If you don't find the words ready-made, have the patience to form them letter by letter. To save you trouble, I made the anonymous letter too short. Alas, if you don't love me any